all of that mess. And it looks like this all up and down the Guadalupe River. Lorena Guillen, who owns this RV park, says she and her husband were banging on people's doors trying to get them out of their RVs. They were able to evacuate everyone except a family of 5 that was staying right next to the river. Lorena told us there's a wall of 30 to 40 vehicles all smashed together about a half-mile downstream from here. Search crews made their way over there yesterday to start combing through it piece by piece, and we're hoping to get an update here in the next half hour about what they found. Lorena is worried that's where the family of 5 might be. And like I said before, she says that she's one of the lucky ones. They had a head count of everyone that was staying here, and she told us that they were only about 80% full, that everyone else was expected to arrive on the 4th of July. There are other RV parks and campgrounds up and down the Guadalupe River that were not so lucky. They didn't have a head count, so there's no telling how many people are still missing and unaccounted for. But again, as the sun comes up, crews are going to be out there looking for those people, and officials have assured us they will not stop until they make sure everyone is found and accounted for. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. All right, clear on KABB.
You gotta tell them they can't cross the T.
Yes, the deer. If you are joining us on our live feed right now online, I just want to let you know we are out here doing live shots for News 4 San Antonio, for Fox SA, and for our national show, The National Desk. So that's what you're seeing right now. We're prepping for these live shots. We're going to continue to do it. You're going to see the lights going on and off. You're going to see me looking down. We're trying to get the latest information. I did want to let you guys know, if you're watching this on the live stream, there is a new flood watch in the city of Kerrville until 7 p.m. on Monday. I'm going to read this to you. You can follow the city of Kerrville too. So this is a flash flooding threat until 7 p.m. on Monday. There are slow-moving heavy rains overnight and through the day on Monday, and that's been the issue that we've seen over and over the last few weeks. Is you have these rain showers that, instead of quickly moving through the area like they normally do, they just sit and they stay there and they just dump rain on these areas. That's what happened that caused the river to rise so much a few days ago. There was another threat yesterday because of another slow-moving storm that was filling the river again. So they're looking at 2 to 4 inches of additional rainfall, isolated amounts up to 10 inches, and that could be anywhere over this area. It covers several counties, and I'll read those off in just a second. This says any additional heavy rainfall over hardest hit areas of the past few days will lead to rapid runoff and flash flooding, which I'm sure is scary for the people who live in this area to hear. So this covers Uvalde County, Kerr County. It covers most of Austin, Georgetown, which saw big flooding yesterday too, San Antonio, New Braunfels, Rock Springs. So if you're in the area, please be careful. You're not going to be able to see this on my phone, but this is the area. So again, we're out here doing live shots. We have another one coming up in just a little bit. If you have any questions, I'll try to monitor and see if I can answer them for you, but that's what's going on. I'll call in about 5 minutes for National Desk. Yeah, let's walk and talk it. Well, walk and talk, point and talk. That's probably more accurate. Okay. Again, if you're with us on live stream, we're doing live hits and recorded hits for News 4 San Antonio, Fox San Antonio, and then for the National News Desk, which is our national program. And we'll give you some information through the morning as well. Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. We're out here at the Blue Oaks RV Park, which was hit very hard by the flooding over the course of the last few days. We are uphill right now from the Guadalupe River. You can see Howdy's Bar and Chill, which is the restaurant that's on this property. Water made it all the way up into that restaurant. That's how high up it got on the morning of July 4th. The owner of this RV park and restaurant is named Lorena Guillen, and she told us she woke up at about 1:30 in the morning when she heard that water starting to rise, when she heard the rain. And she says at that point there were no warnings issued, so they went back to sleep. Eventually they realized that this was going to be a life-threatening situation, so she and her husband were going door to door to each RV that was down below on the hill, banging on the door, telling people that they needed to evacuate. Luckily, they were able to get to everyone in time. There was one family of 5 that was in an RV extremely close to the river that they were not able to get to. She said someone went out there to try to help the family. The water was up to their waist at that time, debris from downriver hitting them. We're told they were unable to save that family and they were swept down the river. This morning, they're still looking for that family. We're waiting for updates on search crews about if they could potentially be downstream. Lorena was telling us yesterday that about half a mile down the river here, there is a wall of 20 to 30 RVs and vehicles crunched together. We know search crews were concentrating on that yesterday. So we'll keep you updated from out here. But again, Lorena Guillen was asking for help with us yesterday morning. You can see this is all blocked off now. There are vehicles blocking the entrances, heavy machinery ready to help clear some of this debris. So luckily that help has arrived. For now, reporting in Ingram, Texas, I'm Jordan Elder. All right, let's call into National Desk. There's another deer over there. A couple minutes. I'll let you know if I hear anything. In 6 minutes, Fernando. Good morning, guys. We're switching our power source real quick. I want to pull that flood notice back up. Okay, Fernando, we got about 4 minutes. What's up? What's up?
Just looking around.
Okay. You made me nervous. Hmm?
Saw the phone on her balcony.
Oh, okay. I'll call her after this. If she's awake. I didn't want to wake her up. I woke everybody up yesterday and felt bad about it. If you are watching on the San Antonio live stream, we are doing live hits for San Antonio and for our national program. So that's what you're seeing right now. We are at the Blue Oak RV Park, covering what happened here. Lots of trailers swept away. They're trying to get into. Oh, no. You're fine. Oh, were you really? Oh no. I've been chatting because they're. Oh. No, I was chatting. They're live streaming me right now on our Facebook pages, so I was telling people what we're doing so they don't get confused and think I'm talking to myself, which I kind of am, but no, you're fine. You're fine. No, you're okay. 45 seconds. Okay. Gotcha. Fernando, if this equipment is still there, I might have you swing over to it. I don't know if we can see it from here though. Barely? Okay. Absolutely, and as the sun comes up, that is the search crew's signal to head back out there. They were telling me that it is absolutely treacherous to be searching this river during the day, even more so at night. So now that it's a little bit safer, they're going to be heading back out on the river. So right now we're at an RV park that was completely swept away in that 4th of July flooding. And yesterday when we spoke to the owner, she was calling for help. There was a lot of debris out here, and as you can see now, some of that help has arrived. There's a lot of heavy machinery. They have got the RV park blocked off so that rescuers can get in there as quickly as possible. The owner tells us she's one of the lucky ones because most people who were staying at this RV park were able to get out. There's still a lot of debris out there this morning, 200-year-old trees ripped out of the ground, cars smashed around the trunks, items that washed out from people's homes still tangled up in all of this. And that's what it looks like all down the Guadalupe River. Lorena Guillen is the owner of this RV park. She says she and her husband were banging on doors trying to get people out of their RVs. They were able to evacuate everyone except a family of 5 that was staying right next to the river. You can just hear the emotion there. Lorena told us there is a wall of about 20 to 30 vehicles about half a mile downstream from here. Search crews made their way over to it yesterday, started combing through it piece by piece. We are expecting an update soon on what they found. She's worried that that's where the family of 5 might be. And the good news is there was a head count at this RV park, so they know for a fact that there are 5 people missing. There are RV parks and camps up and down this river where they are not so lucky. They don't know exactly how many people are missing. And like we were hearing earlier, there's actually a new flood watch in this area. We know that there was another one yesterday afternoon too. The owner of this RV park was texting me, telling me that they had to evacuate to higher ground because the rainfall is coming down and just sticking and not moving, and so the river swells up again. So they're at risk for that again today. Absolutely. There is a hotline that people can call specifically to report their loved ones who are missing. We've been airing that on our stations in San Antonio, and I can get that number to you all as well. So they're asking that no one else call that hotline, only if you have people who are missing. We're also seeing social media as a tool being used for that too. People are putting pictures online saying, this is who I'm looking for, this is what they look like. And we've seen some success with that too. A lot of those updates, especially from the camps that are along the river, have been unfortunate, and we know that a lot of those children didn't make it, but there are still some that are unaccounted for, and families are hoping that they're found safely. All right, we are clear. Undo my mic for a second. I'm going to call Lorena. There you go.
I think
It's just holding them. I locked it before I got out. So I'm gonna start over on this pile of wreckage and walk this way to show the river. That's my plan. I forgot that you're one of the mobile ones.
I'm so used to being on my tripod every morning. Oh wait, I just left shoulder. So just a bit closer.
It's kind of gross over here. Your shoes okay?
Yes.
There's a dumbbell in there.
Oh.
4 minutes. Got about 3 minutes. You okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
just like
Yeah. Well, and she was telling me on the phone because they got rain yesterday. This is higher than it was yesterday, and it's going to get higher today. They had to like evacuate to higher ground yesterday because it was filling up, and there's a risk of that again.
I was like figuring out.
The fact she was telling me there were like mini cabins over there, gone.
It was actually right here. Actually, no, it was still up around here. I didn't see this.
Wow. This was covered?
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, yeah, she sent us a video from up here, and the water was up to the
I saw
deck.
that, yeah. They were showing me that.
Ooh, that's a good visual, actually. I'm going to do that.
I'm also thinking about the difference in the sound. Like, this sounds so calming,
Yeah.
but then Friday it was just the
Mhm.
water sound.
And even this is expanded from where it's supposed to be. These are all cars.
Was this deeper?
Yeah.
Down over there? Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's a car.
Wow.
It's the before. All right. Oh, we're in traffic. We're probably next.
We'll just point wherever and I'll.
Okay. I'm going to start here, and then I'm going to go up to show that's where the water was. It could rise again today. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Stand by. Marisa, we're now inside the Blue Oak RV Park, and I want to give you just an example of what search and rescue teams are dealing with. This is what's left of a trailer. This metal absolutely contorted and bent, piles of just random things that were swept out of campers, out of homes, and the water level is down significantly. It's still higher than it's supposed to be, but on the morning of July 4th, the water was up to where you see those chairs on the restaurant balcony. All of this was completely submerged. Our photographer Fernando was telling me he was out here that day. You couldn't even see this pile at that point in time. Lorena Guillen, who owns this RV park, tells us there were a lot of searches yesterday. We know that when we were talking to her, she said they were looking for a family of 5. She said that there were recovery efforts out here yesterday, and she knows they found at least 5 people. But they can't confirm at this time who those people might be. Again, we're watching the river right now. It's risen a little bit since yesterday because of that rainfall. They're watching to make sure everyone is safe if it rains more and the river is going to rise again. So we'll keep you updated on that throughout the day. But we are inside Blue Oak RV Park right now. Things have been cleaned up a little bit, but there is still a long way to go in this cleanup and recovery. Clear. I don't know what's next.
That was OAI?
Yeah, that was OAI, so we'll do probably 7 with Fox.
Watch out for nails too.
That's a really good point. Do you want to stay here? Do you want to move? You can see a camper down there, but that's kind of far. Well, actually, we've got like 3 minutes. We might as well just do that again.
Okay.
Sorry, as you had already yanked it. Oh, I guess I should call in. Okay. Oh,
No,
I should.
I turned it back.
Oh, mic check, Jordan. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. I didn't remember if I had turned it back on. One minute out. Oh, you can. You got like. You're good. You got like 30 seconds.
Same thing as before?
Yeah. Stand by. So we've now moved into the Blue Oak RV Park, and search crews were hard at work here yesterday, but I want to give you a look at what they were working with. It is these jumbled, contorted piles of metal. This used to be a trailer. There is a dumbbell sitting down here like you would work out with. A canoe washed up over the edge here. And just to give you a perspective of how high the water rose, we have video of the river itself up near the chairs on the balcony of this restaurant. That's how high the water got in this area. Lorena Guillen, who owns this RV park as well as the restaurant, told me that search crews were out here all day yesterday, except for when that potential warning came in about a lot of rainfall causing the river to rise. The river levels are higher than we saw yesterday, not as high obviously as during the 4th of July floods, but all of the search crews and Lorena herself had to move to higher ground to stay safe in that time. Again, search is still going on as morning breaks here in Ingram. Lorena was giving us an update saying that they were going up and down the river searching for that family of 5 that was swept away in this area. She tells us they have not been able to confirm at this point if that family has been found, but they did recover several people along this stretch of the river yesterday. So as we learn more, we'll continue to bring it to you. But for now in Ingram, I'm Jordan Elder. Clear.
Fox. We just did. That
Huh?
was Fox.
Yeah, that was Fox.
And we got national desk at 7:30.
Yes.
All right, I am going to.
She also said there
live shots. One of my colleagues must have seen you guys. They were just looking at the locals, everybody, what they're doing. Was this, do you know what we're looking at? Like, what was here before? Do you have any idea what you were
Right
told?
here, I don't know. Friday
All of
morning,
this was RVs anchored in, and
So
then
they were here.
They all got swept this way. Yeah, she says there's about 30 of them.
Wow. Oh, okay. Was that the woman that was at the front? Was that her?
Probably
Who told
gray
you?
hair, ponytail.
Maybe. Okay.
That was
She had
probably
the
Does
slight
she
her.
live
accent.
in one of these places?
She lives where that where all the stuff is.
Okay.
Under that,
Yeah. Kind of where you come in, though, where the
Yeah.
blocks were. And did you get permission from her to be here?
Yeah, we've been here every day since Friday. She's let us come in.
She's been fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's been fine. She's even given us interviews and stuff like that. So
Thank
she's
you.
nice, yeah.
Thank you. Are they aware of anybody that died here?
She told me. Sorry, 1 second. 5 minutes? Okay. Check, check. They said they can't hear.
Should be on now.
Got you now? Okay, perfect. Okay.
Is that a house over there? Have you guys?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are bathrooms. Check, check, check.
That are in the water.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
4 minutes or so. 3
Yeah.
minutes?
Okay, what I think I'm going to have you do is zoom in to some of these piles of wreckage, and then we'll go to the river, maybe swing around and show like that this all used to be RVs. So instead of coming back to me at the end, as long as they're okay with it, just keep going on this wreckage because this is their first look at it today.
This seems like part of an arrowhead, how it's carved out.
Mm-hmm. Can't Mystic just confirm that all of their missing people are dead? Can you tell what city that is?
Right now.
No, it's okay. That's okay. That's not urgent. Two minutes? Okay. Sure. Sure. That's fine. And I told Fernando at the end just to keep panning so we can really show you guys now that we're in here. Yes. All right. So you can have a better picture of that. You're right. There's a pothole right behind you, just so you know.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
They're bringing in an airboat. I'll mention that. All right, here we go. Jan, we are inside Blue Oak RV Park right now in Ingram, Texas, where more than 30 campers were completely swept away in 30 feet of floodwater. And as searchers continue today, I want to show you what they're dealing with. This pile of debris that you're looking at is the norm up and down the Guadalupe River. Metal, twisted and contorted. These are trailers that RVs were sitting on. There was a compacted vehicle when we were here yesterday. These trees, we're told, some of them are more than 200 years old, ripped directly from the ground. What you're looking at right now used to be a small creek that ran into the Guadalupe. It has become full of cement, part of a roof that washed in from somewhere. There have been fish scattered on the ground in here. So searchers have to deal with a lot when they come through here. I want to bring you over here. We have an airboat that just came in to help search in the Guadalupe River. Those search efforts had to be paused yesterday because the river level was rising. We are seeing storms that come and just park themselves over this area. They're filling up the river yet again. The owner of the RV park actually told us she had to evacuate at some point yesterday because that rain was coming in and the river was starting to rise again. She has just a harrowing tale of what happened to her that morning. She and her husband woke up and were banging on the doors of the RVs trying to evacuate people. She tells me they were able to get almost everyone out. There was a family of 5 that was sitting closest to the river in their RV, and they were swept away. Take a listen. So that was Lorena Guillen. She is the owner of this RV park and restaurant. I talked to her just a little bit ago. She is up ready to aid searchers again this morning. She tells me 5 people were recovered in this area yesterday. I asked if it could be that family that got swept away. She said officials don't know for sure who those people are yet, but situations like that are going to be continuing throughout today, throughout this week, potentially for weeks ahead. There's a lot of work to be done out here.
Hey guys! Hey, I need you to move your vehicle. You're blocking the road right now.
We're being told we need to move our vehicle real quick, so I'm going to keep this short. We have met so many amazing people out here who are the picture of resilience, and to maintain such hope amidst not knowing where your child is, where your loved ones are, they still have been so kind, hopeful, faithful, and that's the picture of how this community is out here in the Hill Country. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, before you can leave your gear
We're on it.
here. I just need that vehicle to move. You're the one with the 4, right?
Yeah, with the storm tracker?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're parked on the road.
Yeah.
I need
Are
you
we?
to run up there and
He's got
park it in the neighborhood, and then you can continue doing
Okay.
whatever you need.
I apologize.
You're blocking the whole road for the big rigs.
Oh, sorry. We thought it would be okay right there. Yeah, we'll get that moved right now.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank
And
you. Sorry
can
about
stay
that.
Here. No, you can stay here all you want. They're trying to get to the 2 little girls they found, but they couldn't get to them yesterday.
Oh, okay. Is that what the boat's doing? They're headed that way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We're going to do our best to be up. We had to go move the car so they can get heavy machinery in here. First responders are preparing to launch another Can you hit us at 8? Wait, actually, can you still see our shot? Question mark. Mic check, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Mic check. Oh, okay. All right, I was panicking. I moved the camera. I was like, I could. Oh, hello.
Are we going now? Keeping my Nat's mic on for now.
Or we can flip to get these guys over here. stand by. Ashley and Christina, we have a lot of search crews moving in right now. I want to show you some of the machinery that they just brought in. This is going to help dig through some of that wreckage that I was showing you earlier. We've had specialized golf carts come in, fire department vehicles. Just a few minutes ago, we watched an airboat go down the river, and it was struggling. This river is so uneven right now. There's debris in it. They were having to turn almost every second trying to find a way through this river. There are ground crews that just started on foot right in front of these vehicles, all still searching. We know in this area is where a lot of vehicles ended up washing up, and it's going to take a while to comb through all of this wreckage piece by piece. Lorena Guillen, who owns this RV park and the restaurant where we are right now, says there were people recovered in this area yesterday. Those searches continuing today. This looks like Pipe Creek Fire and Rescue, the Tierra Linda Volunteer Fire Department also in this area. We have seen crews from across the nation out here helping this morning. Clear. check, mic check. Is my mic on? Do I have it on? Nope, I have it off. My bad, I turned it off. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Can you see the boat from where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Usually they reopen at 8, so it'll be, well, you know the drill. Never mind. I don't know why I'm explaining this to you. I'm the guest.
Fine. They didn't tell you exact time?
Mm-mm.
No.
Nope.
Anybody out here yesterday like this?
No. No.
This is the first time.
It was like a 1-unit crew, at least when we were here. I know y'all can't see very well, but if you are joining us on streaming right now, no, we're good, we're good. If you're joining us on streaming right now, we are doing live shots for Fox San Antonio. We've been on all morning long. Right now we're in Blue Oak RV Park, where a lot of search crews are arriving for the day. If you can't hear us, that's why we're moving in and out for the search crews and doing live shots for different stations. We'll get you some more information here in about 2 minutes. In traffic.
We'll figure it out. Or not.
Oh, we got big stuff coming in. Let's start here. So much happening. Stand by. Stand by.
Kind of halfway in the light.
Here, we're gonna go like that. Hey guys, let me give you a tour of everything happening right here. We are still at Blue Oak RV Park. This has become kind of a hub for first responders. We have seen several fire department vehicles move in, brush units. These vehicles are coming in now. Yes, excavators. The main goal today is to clear those big piles of complicated debris that we've been showing you all morning. We also have an airboat stationed down here in the river. Just a few minutes ago, they were taking it for a lap, kind of feeling out how the river levels are in this area, because again, where the spot where that boat is right now is not typically where the Guadalupe River is. It is still rising or risen and could rise with other rainfall today. It was very difficult for that boat to get around. There's a lot of debris out here in the river, big trees in the way, so they were trying to be very careful and go slow because they want to do as an expansive search as possible, but they have to maintain safety while doing it. Over here, if we can bring you over here, we've got a lot of crews getting ready to go for the day. They've got their equipment ready. We've seen people going by foot. We've seen people going on ATVs, in trucks along the banks of the river right now. A lot of big equipment out here, and even more coming in. And a lot of these people are from volunteer fire departments. We've seen a lot of those people coming through, bringing their own equipment, wanting to be here on the ground helping. Clear. Hi guys.
How are you? You good?
Yes, yes.
All right.
How are you?
Good. How are you this morning?
Good.
Photo bomb.
If you are joining us on streaming, we are in the middle of a bunch of live shots for Fox SA in San Antonio. Search crews are getting started for the day here at Blue Oak RV Park. We've seen all sorts of vehicles come in. Like I was just saying, it's a lot of volunteer fire departments that have been out here. We're just gonna give you kind of a tour of what we're seeing right now. So many different types of vehicles. So yesterday there was really only one main search crew out here that we saw. We know there were some recoveries And all of these people have one goal. They want to help people get answers. So they're coming in, they're going to scour all of these big pockets of debris. The metal and the trees and items, they all are just contorted together. You have to comb through very carefully to make sure that you're not missing anything. And that's what the search crews were telling us yesterday morning. This is closure. This is about giving families closure. So you have to be careful as you go through this stuff. You see some more equipment coming in now, again from a fire department. A lot of these roads washed away. There used to be roads right here. There used to be 30 RVs sitting right here. But because there's good river access, this spot has become a hub for first responders. Lorena Guillen, who owns Howdy's, which is the restaurant right here, said that she wants that to be a place where first responders can go take a break, have some water. It's on higher ground, so even if there is another flash flood risk today, they should be safe in there. We saw that happen a little bit yesterday. The rainfall just sticks over this area, so the river, which is already more full than it's supposed to be, just continues filling up. So there was a little bit of a surge yesterday. They went to higher ground. Everything was okay that we know of, but they're dealing with really rough terrain. 200-year-old trees have been ripped out of the ground here, so that's what a lot of these divots are coming from. We're continuing to see more people move in. They're slowly going downriver from here, where we know a lot of vehicles washed away. We're also trying to stay out of their way. It's gonna get loud here for a second, guys. Oh, there's a big drop right there. I'm worried about him. So this was a creek. What they're driving over right now used to be a creek. Now filled with cement and debris. If you're watching on streaming, I don't know about you, but I was holding my breath right there. Fernando, can I have you come over this way? Look at all these people coming in now. We are at Blue Oak RV Park, a hub for first responders today as they continue the search missions. Rain is expected a little bit later, so they're trying to get out on the ground and clear everything they can right now before that rain moves in. They've already started over here moving some trees, it looks like. Fernando's flipping for me. This is not a small task. These are 200-year-old trees that were sometimes completely ripped from the ground, slammed into each other. Difficult terrain. And just a few days ago, the owner was showing me, this was picturesque. It was beautiful. The spot where so many people wanted to set up their RVs and camp. And then the water rose about 20 feet in 45 minutes. I'm gonna go over here with my phone and get some video of this. I'll be right back. I think our next hit's at 8:30, but I don't know for sure.
I'll turn off the mic.
Okay. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. They're in traffic. You can stay where you are if you want. Let's come back over here so we're not in the way.
I think the boat crew is about to
Perfect.
get inside.
right, stand by. There's got to be hundreds of people out here. Like easy, hundreds. Yeah, that boat is about to leave. Ashley's talking about Camp Mystic. I'm gonna cry. Whew, she got me with that one. Oh, stand by. Well, Ashley and Christina, Brad just said it. We're looking for pictures of hope. To me, this is a picture of hope. We have seen hundreds of first responders gather here today. This has become kind of like their hub. They're meeting here They are figuring out a coordination plan for searches, and then they are hitting the river. I don't know if you can see over here, we actually have some people out searching in the river right now. We have seen boats come through. I think you can hear that boat right now if we're not too far away. It's coming back down the Guadalupe, and I want you to keep in mind the point where that boat is right now, water is not typically there. That is not part of the Guadalupe River. That would have been land. So they have to be really careful as they go through these areas because there are trees, there's debris in the water. We have seen so many different fire departments out here bringing their equipment, all sorts of construction equipment out here ready to clear this debris. But again, that boat has to be really careful because a lot of that stuff is still sitting right here in the river. The levels are a little bit higher than they were yesterday because of that rainfall that we've been telling you about. Crews are getting started early, anticipating that there might be more rainfall today that might cause them to stop. You can see right there, it's kind of getting stuck in the shallower parts of the river. We've seen people coming through with shovels, rakes, golf clubs. They have a lot to search through, and they want to search through everything thoroughly because this is the kind of stuff that they're having to deal with. You can see this big mass of trees and metal. It is twisted and contorted together. That's the kind of stuff that they're having to search through piece by piece. One of the searchers told me yesterday they can really leave no stone unturned here because this is about closure for people. Especially, obviously, goal number one is to rescue people alive. But if they can't do that, they say every family deserves to have closure. They deserve to have their loved ones. So that's what they are looking to do today. They are coming in here early in the morning, but their spirits are high. They want to be here helping. And I think that's such a great signal of community. We know that that's the area that we live in, but it has been so cool to see all of these people coming together in the face of such a tragedy and wanting to do good. I'll send it back to you guys. Clear. Oh, if you're on streaming, sorry about my sniffing. I'm having a moment. Whew. Okay. We are clear for now.
Show lights?
Yeah. So they asked if we
Well, homes like this one behind me, sitting along the Guadalupe River, are built up from the riverbed itself, but you can see the impact the water from Friday morning had on this area. It looks like a tree is inside of that home there, the back side of the home washed away. All of this along the Guadalupe River, where these camps were also located and where most of those search and recovery efforts are still happening today. Some have lost everything.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren, my house, my car.
Many barely making it to safety.
You know, it was a very, very close call. And had we been 10 or 15 minutes later, you know, it would have been too late.
David Fry and his extended family were staying at the River Inn Resort in Hunt for their annual vacation when the Guadalupe River began flooding in the middle of the night.
We went through banging on doors, just trying to notify as many people as possible.
All 33 of them survived by climbing on top of the hotel roof. But it seems that for every story of relief is one of heartbreak. As the death toll mounts, dozens of loved ones are still missing.
Homes they were staying in were gone. They were just leveled. They were no longer there. We haven't heard or seen of them since then.
Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Volunteers are also out looking on foot and horseback.
Those babies. If it was my babies, I'd want somebody looking, so that's why I'm here. I couldn't sit back.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has warned that the weather threat isn't over yet.
There's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding broadly in these regions.
Now you can see the riverbed here and all of the debris that's washed along the shore. The river levels are low again, but like he had mentioned, we are expecting more rain in this area throughout the day today. That is what volunteers are trying to sift through. In just about an hour, we're expecting to hear from local officials about these search and rescue efforts that have been ongoing since Friday. Live in Hunt, Texas, I'm Lee Waldman. Okay. Okay. Archie?
They went over there. Bobby said it sucks. Yep. They're asking for
Okay.
the truck.
Arthie.
They can't get back. Vivian says, nope, can't have the truck. Yeah, because the truck won't be able to get back here. 4 miles traffic coming in. Backed up, John Chair. 4 miles.
I got you. Arthie, got it. Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you. Arthie, it's good to be with you. So in our location right now, actually on the other side of the camera, a local electric company is surveying some of the damage in these buildings. They're looking at one over here, but I want to show you the one they were just looking through just moments ago. It appears to be a home that was maybe under construction here. It looks as though a tree went through that home, and I want to point you down to the back side of it. It looks like there's a deck of some kind that essentially is hanging, and there's debris on top of that deck. That deck is very well elevated above where the river bank is, but there's debris from the river in it. That shows you just how high this water got in the early hours of Friday morning. We know it rose more more than 20 feet in less than 2 hours. And this is the impact that it's having on the community here. This is the riverbed. The crews are out here still searching through a lot of this debris that is caught on these trees that you're looking at here along the river. They're trying to make their way through all those debris piles to see if they can find anyone who has survived, maybe who's buried under the debris. They also have helicopters flying overhead, drones flying as well. They have cadaver dogs out here. Everyone is working together to try and find those who are still missing. Well, we've seen a lot of people from this community who are just awestruck by what's left of their homes. I lived in Texas for most of my life. I lived in this area for almost 3 years. And the Guadalupe is a beloved part of this Texas hill country. We float these rivers every summer. It's a beloved Texas pastime. It's not just this river, it's the Comal River. We are spending a lot of time in the water here to see what damage the Guadalupe has done to this community, this beautiful community where people flock to during the summer to camp. It takes people's breath away. And the people we have seen and spoken to who live in homes like the one that we're seeing behind us, they're wondering how they possibly can rebuild, but their hearts are also broken because the camps that they're searching, like Camp Mystic just down the road from where we are, that's integral into this community. And the kids who were impacted, people's hearts are broken here. Do you want water?
I don't know. So Tessa, we're clear until 10:15 now? I got one. Okay, Lee. So
Okay.
this guy right here was in his house when the water came up.
He's up to talk to us?
He's down to do an interview. We have a short break because CNN and I killed their head.
Okay, we have a 9:15.
Mark Australia wants to see what he looks like, what the shot looks like.
Is this a Q&A or
I think so.
Q&A with Christy? Okay.
Yeah, Q&A. Anchor's name is Christy.
And for awareness, I have not heard from them in my ear. Okay. Sounds good. Australia. Yeah, this one's just a Q&A, not a donut roll. Yeah,
Why don't we shoot it on the phone?
that's what I think too.
Because that way this shot can be up, and whenever you wrap, which it might have to be a quick wrap, then you just hustle over here to get here in time for the
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, and then we can be more mobile inside the house. So that way we're not having to keep breaking down and everything. Oh, yeah. Let's get, I'm not allowed to be on my phone, so will you get some video? Yeah. I heard programming. I don't hear programming anymore. Okay. Thank you. There's crews across the river also with an excavator on the dam. Cadaver team is heading back, Joel. You can see the tops of their heads. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. That's fine, as long as we can. Oh, a new interview, you mean? Okay. Joel, if theirs keeps going, let's check in with them and be like, hey, if we come to you, well, what does our 11 o'clock look like? Okay, if he can hang around till after 11, that would be ideal. Thank you. Windows closed at 20, right? Are they going to be coming to us? Okay. Do you guys want us to stay here or? They have a dog across the river now, too. Huh? Yep, I can hear you. Sorry, we have our eyes on a cadaver dog across the pond, across the river. Yep, I can hear it. Hmm? Sounds good. Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you. Christy, good to be with you. So at this point, officials are maintaining that this is a search and rescue operation. It remains that way. Now, we're going to hear from them in about a little over 30 minutes. So we'll see at that press conference if their mission has changed. But at this point, they're still considering this a search and rescue operation. With that said here, we do want to point out the debris that you see along the riverside. You can see these trees with a bunch of branches and other types of debris that was washed downstream. We just saw some, they appear to be in some kind of uniform, a camo uniform with a cadaver dog searching through these piles of debris along this side of the river and along the far side of the river there. And I have my eyes on the river dam just past those trees over there. We aren't going to be able to get our camera around to see it. We see people again combing through some of the brush that's left alongside the river. But Christy, I also, if we can, I want to point out this home that's off to our other side here. You can see this home is elevated above the river's bank, but there is significant damage to home. You can see there's debris on that back side of the home, which is elevated quite high. That shows you just how high the river's waters were in the early morning hours of Friday. It rose more than 20 feet in less than 2 hours, and that is what these crews are working so hard to search through, everything that's been left behind. Well, we know that the local, state, and federal law enforcement that's here, all of the resources here, they're going to remain here and keep on working no matter if the rain starts to fall. We did get a kind of a fire drill almost yesterday in the area that we're in right now. An evacuation was ordered because we heard that there was, quote, a wall of water coming downstream, and people, the volunteers who are working alongside law enforcement, had to get to higher ground and get away from this area. Thankfully, nothing happened yesterday, but like you mentioned, there's more rain expected here and in other parts of central Texas. They will continue to search, but there is so much debris and everything left behind. There's concerns that that would continue to wash downstream. That's hampering the use of boats that they would like to use. But even with the rain that we're expecting later today, they will continue searching, hoping to find some survivors. You know, that's something that we're asking about as well. It's questions that we're posing as we're talking to residents. There's actually a gentleman who wrote out this storm in his home next to us. We're waiting to talk to him soon. We're waiting to see if these people who live here got the alerts about the flash flood warning, or if signal issues might have played a role in not getting those alerts. So we're asking those questions. We know the initial alerts were sent out on Thursday afternoon, indicating that flash flooding was coming Friday, and saying that Kirk County, where we are, where Hunt is located, is at particularly a high risk for overnight flash flooding. And like you mentioned, it's no stranger. There's homes here that are along the river, and that's the big draw of this community. But they're no stranger to it. We're asking officials those same questions. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Wearing a Texas Tech polo shirt.
Sorry, catching up on stuff because I can't look at my phone.
Yeah, I know.
I made sure to say that into the mic. Yeah.
Expires.
Hi, it's Lee. Yep, I'm here in the show. Sounds good. Thank you so much. I know y'all are tight on time. Do you want me to toss to that sound or no? Okay. I can hear you. Okay. Do you want me to toss to that sound since it's so tight, or I can just talk about kind of what we're seeing? Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna drop the SOT here because they're tight on time.
Okay.
I think we're gonna talk about what we just saw along the river, and if we can. Why is she climbing on their house? Are y'all seeing this? If we can talk about, we can't pan over to the house, can we?
No.
No. Okay. No, that's fine.
They're right there.
Yeah, we'll pan to this side then. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. Where are y'all from? Okay, I used to work at KSAT. Yeah. Yeah. I left about a year ago. Yeah. Hi, good to see you. We'll chat. We have a hit, but we'll chat afterwards. Two minutes.
A little bit that way.
When I gesture to all this stuff, where do you want me to step out of? Step out that way? Okay.
Come back in and then go.
Cool. Thank you, Mad Dog. About a minute away. A minute away. Pam, exactly. So we're still here in Hunt, Texas, but I have friends who live in Kerrville where you are, and they haven't heard from loved ones for days now. They're waiting for updated information. Pam, we just wrapped up talking to a young man named Christian. He said he was here for the 4th of July. He's not from here. He's from the Fort Worth area. He was waiting on an electrical box up on his home as the floodwaters started to surge, and we asked him, did you get an alert that the flood was about to happen or that rain was coming? Said no. He said he did not hear any kind of alert until the water was already rising. He waited there on that electric box for over 3 hours. Pam, I also want to show you all, we're along the river's edge here. We just saw a team come through with cadaver dogs searching through the debris that's left behind along the Guadalupe here. They're looking for any signs, any survivors, any victims' bodies, so they can try and bring closure to those families who are desperately seeking it. And we're just downstream Camp Mystic. There's so many camps along here, and to show you the force of the water, you can see the debris that's just littering the riverbank next to us, Pam. Thanks, appreciate y'all.
Sorry, I went to the house. Yo, Lee. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Check this shit out. Is that down south? So that's like Fort Lavaca? Or southern? Brownsville? Wow.
South of San Antonio.
Oh, wow. We tried to find, remember those trapper? I looked at turkey jerky. Nope. Oh. That's like giant spoke of intelligence. That way. I think their car is parked around the corner. Yeah, I think if you do on your phone, I think that'll look really good. Yeah, and vertical, I assume? Vertical, I think is great. Yeah. They shot Cam's interview with the store owner. Vertical on the phone. Was that the wife of the store owner or something? Okay. Yeah, go for it. Thank you, CNN. A little deleted, but this is Joel signing off. Digging this out though. Yeah, I thought we'd be roasting all day today. It is. Very tasty. I tried to find, remember those trapper sticks? The little logs that we had with Steinhatchee that you liked? I tried to find more of those, but I haven't seen them around here. You want to sit in your seat? Yeah, why not? Oh, this is out. What's that? Where to go there? Stay
tried to go to that presser, but I don't know if she can get back here.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, relax, relax, relax. I've just got some housekeeping notes that I want to pass out to everyone. So please get to where you can hear me. I will project my voice. Hopefully, we will start at 10 or very close to that. However, that's not a promise. My name is Jonathan Lamb. I'm the PIO for City of Kerrville. A few things I would like y'all to be aware of. One, a very important note. The temporary flight restriction is still in effect. Flying drones will and have been interfering with our response and recovery. We're asking everyone to adhere to this directive. You are not allowed to fly drones anywhere over the river corridor, anywhere in Kerr County, because they are interfering with rescue operations. Next, media hour. It's our intent to set aside an hour each day to make some of our leadership available for one-on-one interviews with y'all. This is above and beyond these daily press conferences that we're doing here. These interviews will be 3 to 5 minutes in length, and we're going to hold those between 1 and 2 p.m. Obviously, we won't be able to accommodate every outlet. If you're an affiliate, we ask that you coordinate among your colleagues from your network. You can request interviews by emailing our Joint Information Center at jic@kerrvilletx.gov. That's jic@kerrvilletx.gov, and I'll repeat that again in just a minute. Our unified PIO team will confirm your interview, your time, and who you're going to be able to interview at least an hour in advance. You're welcome to request specific leadership, such as the sheriff or the city manager. However, due to the fluid nature of response and the quantity of requests that we're likely to get, we cannot commit to honoring 100% your requested interviewees. Footage. Our joint PIO team will be in the field today, and we're going to be collecting images and B-roll of response and recovery efforts. As soon as it can be made available, a link will be emailed from our JIC email address for you to download material for your own use. Contact information. If you signed in yesterday and provided us with your contact information, you should be part of our media list and should have received a confirmation email last night. If you did not get on that list and you want to be part of our media list, please email jic@kerrvilletx.gov. That is JIC@KERRVILLETX.gov. I'm going to try and find out about when we're expected to start. Hopefully it'll be shortly. Thank you.
Y'all ready? Okay, this will be our July 7th, 10 a.m. Briefing. Search and rescue operations are ongoing throughout Kerr County. We're using assets from local, state, and national first responders. Hundreds of trained first responders are working every aspect of this emergency. As of 8:30 this morning, we recovered 75 deceased bodies here in Kerr County, including 48 adults and 27 children. Of this 48 adults and 27 children, 15 adults and 9 children are pending identification. At present, there are 10 campers from Camp Mystic unaccounted for and 1 counselor. We continue to offer our condolences to those affected. Reuniting the families remain our top priority here on this operation. Please note that Highway 39 of an Old Ingram Loop remains closed to the public. Other than those who live in that area would not be allowed out there. I will now turn it over to Senator Cruz. City Manager Dalton Rice.
Good morning, Dalton Rice, the City Manager for the City of Kerrville. As everybody knows, we are working in conjunction with the city under a unified command response and again, a lot of devastation. Our hearts go out to the families and the victims. We want to continue to work together as a community. We love the media support on this to be able to communicate that message, communicate family, communicate togetherness, and we really appreciate all the support and helping us be able to do that. Search and rescue, as the sheriff said, search and rescue operations will continue today from Hunt in North Kerr County all the way to Canyon Lake in Comal County. Now, we're only focused on the Kerr County side, but we wanted to talk about that because for a linear from Hunt all the way to Comal County in a straight line distance is over 100 kilometers. This is a massive field that is happening. And again, this is unprecedented flood events. So we are still currently in the primary search phase, which is the rapid one. They are running it, we have different segments that are gridded out. Each one of those segments are taking anywhere between an hour to 3 hours, up to 2 kilometers for each segment. So what that means is they're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water, even potentially, with weather, in the rising fields. We've talked about this before. Volunteers stay out of the way because if we start getting weather reports and all the other complications that are out there, we then have to pull off of those search and rescue missions to be able to communicate to those volunteers to get off, to make sure that they don't become victims themselves. Those operations involve 19 different local and state agencies, in addition to conducting primary and secondary searches. They will be conducting welfare checks on areas in North Kerr County impacted by power outages. And when we say search and rescue operations, that is boat, walking, on the ground, dogs, drones. Again, keep personal drones out of the air. Helicopters. We do have other assets that are continuing the search as well. As of present, KPUB, which is the Kerrville Public Utility Board, is reporting continued power outages between Hunt and Ingram along the South Fork of the Guadalupe River in Hunt. In the South Fork area, there are approximately 40 down power lines and significant infrastructure damage. KPUB has brought in additional utility personnel to help with restoration, but it's not possible at this time when the power is going to be restored. There are some substations along with those power lines that we are still trying to get access to just from debris buildup or them being completely wiped out. So we do not have an estimated time on when those are going to be fixed. We continue to have substantial number of requests for volunteers, as I said before, and donation opportunities. We are asking those who want to volunteer to contact the Salvation Army in Kerrville by phone at 830-465-4797 or in person at 855 Hayes Street in Kerrville. Monetary donations can be made on the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country's website at www.communityfoundation.net. They have a Kerr County Relief Fund set up on that site. And I will now turn it over to the Mayor, Joe Herring.
Thank you for being here. I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river. Our work continues. You need to know that we have been blessed with help from the community, from the state, and the nation. We have trained experts who are helping in this effort. If you want to volunteer, it is important that you contact Kerrville Salvation Army and register. Dalton gave that number, but I'm going to give it again. 830-465-4797. We need focused and coordinated volunteers, not random people just showing up and doing what they do. We need to work together. As Dalton said, donations have been flowing in from around the world to the Community Foundation. Again, that website is communityfoundation.net. Please follow the City of Kerrville's Facebook page for updates. They're accurate. We take a lot of time to make sure we send out information that will be helpful, not only to residents, but to those who are visiting. I've said this 100 times, and I will say it again. We need your prayers. We need your prayers. Thank you. And now, Senator Ted Cruz.
Texas is grieving right now. The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare. Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade. The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. For the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. Do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imaginable. But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We've got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850. You look at extraordinary stories of Eagle Scouts pulling campers out of harm's way. I was just hearing a story of one counselor whose head was right at the water holding up 2 mattresses with campers on those mattresses. That kind of courage, that kind of selflessness. And then there are the first responders. The local first responders, I want to thank every one of the first responders at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level. In the first few hours of this flood, I was on the phone with Governor Abbott, I was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, I was on the phone with Nim Kidd, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and then I called President Trump. I called President Trump. He was having dinner at the time. It was still early in what was transpiring. And I wanted him to know, I said, Mr. President, everything we're hearing right now, this appears to be bad, really bad. There may be a very significant loss of life unfolding right now in Texas. And I will tell you, the President said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage. But the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone. I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers. And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take love, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts. This morning I met with a group of chaplains who've been going through the incredibly difficult process of talking to mom and dad after mom and dad who just lost the most precious person they ever knew. And those chaplains are just trying to love them and show God's love. So I want to say we will come through this. To those in the midst of grief right now, that might seem hard to fathom. But Texas will come through this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to these gentlemen here who are working. They are not sleeping. They are working every day. Thank you to the families. Thank you to the Salvation Army. Thank you to everyone who is just reaching out and saying, how can I help? We will come through this, and we'll come through this together. Thank you. And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how you know kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame their political opponents for a natural disaster. And you see that with a hurricane, with a tornado, with a wildfire, with this flooding, where people immediately say, well, the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault. Look, that I think most normal Americans know that's ridiculous, and I think this is not a time for partisan finger-pointing and attacks. Now, after we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? and what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life. And that's a natural process. I think it should not happen in a bitter and partisan sense, but it should happen in a reasonable sense of saying, what lessons can we learn? And I will give an example. You know, Houston's my hometown. If you live on the Gulf Coast, we get hurricanes. That's part of living on the Gulf Coast as hurricanes hit. And I do think Texas as a whole has learned over time how to deal more effectively with hurricanes. And so you look here, we know the National Weather Service put out an emergency warning just after 1 a.m. and a second emergency warning just after 4 a.m. Now, obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, A, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. But everyone would agree in hindsight, if we could go back and do it again, we would evacuate particularly those in the most vulnerable areas, the young children in the cabins closest to the water. We would remove them and get them to higher ground if we could go back and do it again. Obviously, everyone would. The people in RVs by the river's edge. We know in disasters like this, RVs and mobile homes are particularly susceptible, whether a flood or a hurricane or a tornado, they're particularly susceptible to that. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster, but next time there's a flood, I hope we have in place processes to remove especially the most vulnerable from harm's way. But I think that's going to be a process that will take a careful examination of what happened and how can we implement processes better in the future to prevent this same loss of life.
Senator, there were claims that the National Weather Service sent that first flash flood warning that should have alerted phones at 1:14 in the morning. But we have a federal public database maintained by PBS Warn, that says the first emergency alert wirelessly here in this area to Kerr County was not until after 9 a.m. That was more than 4 hours after the severe flooding had come to this area. Did you know that? Have you seen that? And what's your response, knowing the state and cuts to NWS in recent months by this administration?
So I don't know the source for what you're saying. All of the public reporting I've seen is that there were two alerts that went out, one just after 1 a.m., one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning. I think that's contradicted by the facts. And if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level. But number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us would want to prevent this horrific loss of life. But I think just immediately trying to use it for either side to attack their political opponents, I think that's cynical and not the right approach, particularly at a time when we're dealing with a crisis and we're dealing with grief.
But does this make you question whether there should be cuts at the National Weather Service and FEMA? I know you've been supportive of FEMA.
Look, I am very supportive of FEMA. I'm very supportive of the National Weather Service. They both perform essential roles, and I think it is critical in every federal agency, particularly when you're dealing with public safety, that we make sure that critical roles are maintained. That's a longer and broader discussion, but as I said, everything from the public evidence indicates that was not a contributing factor to what occurred here.
Is it possible to get Dalton in just to talk about that and the National Weather Service alerts? Because there were escalating forecasts throughout the day from the National Weather Service. What did the emergency managers of the county and other local officials do with that information, starting at 1:15 and onward, where you had the dire river forecast at 6:30, Were emergency managers doing anything to put any processes in place to warn people on the river?
So overall, we were preparing for the July 4th, weekend. So we had National EMR on site. We were, basically stood up kind of a incident command post, if you will, to prepare for that event. So everybody was kind of up looking at weather. We looked at the weather before. When you looked at the National Weather Service, flood map, it spanned all the way from the west side of Texas, with Kerr County kind of being in that upper northeast corner of it. And so everybody, including the National Weather Service, was looking at where's the rain going to hit. We know it's somewhere in here, but with rain, especially when you're dealing with terrain, you got to figure out, sometimes you don't know until it falls. So once it starts falling, then you got to figure out, okay, how's the watershed going to do this? How's the science going to work? And when you had that north and south fork that we had talked about before, it all converged into one. We do know that a lot of the camps were looking at this just as much as everybody was. With the rainfall percentages, even the National Weather Service had looked at, and don't quote me on the numbers, but it was anywhere between 1 to 7 inches. We got significantly over that. And again, when it goes into very congregated areas and how that watershed shifts into the rivers, that impacts things. And so the camps, obviously, we've heard stories where campers were getting up. They were up at 3:30 in the morning. They were trying to move to higher ground. And the other interesting part of the terrain, and we've talked to UGRA folks as well. This is the headwaters of the Guadalupe. This is the beginning. This is where everything forms when it comes into the North and South Fork. And so as those things develop, it develops very rapidly, very quickly, and this rose very quickly in a very short amount of time. And so those campers that were able to do that, it worked. There's been the other question, and I'll just give this one out. Evacuations. Well, why don't we evacuate? Well, evacuation is a delicate balance, because if you evacuate too late, you then risk putting buses, or cars or vehicles or campers on roads into low water areas trying to get them out, which then can make it even more challenging, because these flash floods happen very quickly. That's what.
And so we saw that in 1987, but was there any discussion to evacuate earlier when it wasn't too late? Was there any discussion about that among the officials?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Was there any discussion to evacuate or activate any emergency plans before it was too late, where it would be very dangerous like that?
Well, so again, just like disasters in Texas everywhere, it's very tough to make those calls, because what we also don't want to do is cry wolf. We don't want to make sure that we activate it at the right time. It is very difficult, very challenging, especially with this. We're looking at 100 kilometers, right? That's a big straight line distance. That's not even along the river. These areas take a lot of time to get out to. So even when first responders were on the ground at 3:30 in the morning, and we had reports, we had first responders that were getting swept away, actually responding to the first areas of rainfall. That's how quick it happened. First responders who have experience, who are Swiftwater qualified, were driving as soon as the rain started falling, were driving to these areas, and one of them got swept off the road.
Was there any communication between 1 and 4 a.m. from local law enforcement to the camp saying, I know you can't get buses in an hour, but was there anyone telling the camp between 1 and 4 a.m., you need to get the girls to higher ground at the very least, even if they have to walk up there in the rain, as many of them actually ended up doing? Was there any communication from local law enforcement to anyone at that camp between 1 and 4 a.m.?
That I don't know off the top of my head. What I do know, though, is there's 55,000 people in Kerr County. Kerr County is a massive, massive area. From here to those camps is 45 minutes on a good day. And so, obviously one of the big challenges that we have, even when you have cell service, a lot of those areas don't even have cell service. Radio communications towers, radio towers within the hill country becomes very challenging. So there's a lot of areas, especially when weather comes in, where cellular towers are down or you already have bad service. So there's a lot of factors that play and a lot of variables in there on communication that, again, I think as we work through this process, we know everybody has a lot of questions regarding what are the next steps and what's next. And I think all of these things, these are all great questions. And as we continue search and rescue and as we continue to move to the next step, we definitely want to dive in and look at all of those things, from cell service tower to radio communications, or emergency alerting. Any of those things, I think we all really need to take a look at and review. And we're looking forward to doing that once we can get the search and rescue and stuff complete.
In regards to the total number, before I say anything else, I just want to say thank you to you, all the first responders, everyone involved. We've been praying.
Thank you.
We've been praying. The media's been praying. Thank you guys for doing that. I've got two questions. One for you, trying to get an accurate count on number of missing. I know you can't. I know we don't know we don't know what we don't know.
Yes.
But do we know a rough idea on total estimates that are still missing overall throughout the county? And then one other follow-up. This may be for Senator Cruz. A lot of speculations being made about this being somehow man involved with the weather modification, with some of the rainmaker technology, working with farmland. Do you think any of that, is there going to be any investigations into that, or can you communicate anything on that?
Let me answer your first question. I'm definitely turning that second one over to him. So on the first question, with missing persons, so obviously we have the knowns, the can't miss it kids, which is the numbers coming down as the sheriff has stated, and then we have the unknowns. Well, we don't know what we don't know. We actually have a 5 hotline line. It fluctuates between 3 and 5, but we're working on it. We get calls 24 hours, 7 days a week. We haven't hit the weeks yet, but we're still taking in calls. We are collecting all that information. So we don't have a solid number that we're willing to talk about right now. We do know that it is a lot, because we also are getting a lot of fake calls. You're looking. This is a worldwide discussion, and we're dealing with scammers. Victims' families are being reached out to, saying that they have their kids pay me money. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. We're dealing with with mental health issues where people are calling saying they have visions. All of these things we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and we're having to vet this information, and it becomes very taxing on our people. Again, this is an extremely heartbreaking. This is, if not the worst, one of the worst disasters in this region in a very, very long time, even beyond 1987. And but we're
best estimate, like dozens or hundreds, or just to give people an idea.
A lot. So,
Yeah.
There.
Not to get into the weeds on, people are asking lots of questions, and where should we start the investigation?
To the best of my knowledge, there is zero evidence of anything related to anything like weather modification. And look, the internet can be a strange place. People can come up with all sorts of crazy theories. What I know is a reality is that a whole lot of Texans are grieving right now. I will tell you, I was visiting with one parent who was talking about online, being harassed online because their information was public, that they had a little girl who was missing at Mystic. And look, there are a lot of people who are messed up, and my call for everyone, there's a time to have political fights, there's a time to disagree. This is not that time. This is a time just to reach out, support each other, go volunteer at the Salvation Army, give them money, go volunteer at your church, you know what I did when this happened? Just go hug your kids. Because I got to tell you, I hugged my girls with tears in my eyes, because every one of us who's a parent, there but for the grace of God go I. And nothing will fill the void in these moms and dads' hearts, but they'll make it through it. And every one of us, we have an obligation to come through and help them make it through it. And look, Texas will come through, and let me say, Kirk County, the Hill Country is incredible. It is beautiful. And these summer camps, Camp Mystic is an incredible Texas institution. For a century, it has made a profound difference helping young girls become strong women in Texas and across the country. And so, for me at least, I'm praying for these camps. I'm praying for all the campers, everyone implicated, everyone impacted, and I hope we come together and stand as one doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, good morning, folks. If you were not here earlier, I put out some housekeeping notes. I want to repeat that. Search and rescue operations. We're asking everyone to adhere with that direction. Hey, excuse me, can we either keep it down or shut the door? You bet. TFR is still in effect. We can't have the media flying drones. They have interfered with our air operations, and it has to stop. It's our intent to set aside an hour each day to make some of our leadership available to y'all for one-on-one interviews. This is above and beyond these daily press conferences. These interviews will be 3 to 5 minutes in length, and they're going to be held between 1 and 2 p.m. Obviously, we won't be able to accommodate all outlets each day. So if you're part of an affiliate, we ask that you coordinate with your colleagues from your network and submit one request, and then share that. You can request interviews by emailing our Joint Information Center at jic@kerrvilletx.gov. One more time, that's jic@kerrvilletx.gov, and I'll repeat that again before we're done. Our unified PIO team will confirm your interview, your time, and who you're going to be able to interview at least 1 hour beforehand. You're welcome to request specific leadership, such as the sheriff or the city manager. However, given the fluid nature of response and the quantity of requests that we're expecting to get, we cannot 100% guarantee that you're going to be able to speak to the interviewee that you would like to. Footage. Our PIO team will be in the field today, and we're capturing images and B-roll of response and recovery efforts. As soon as it can be made available, a link will be emailed out from our JIC email address for you to download materials for your own use. Contact information. If you were here yesterday, we passed around a sign-in roster. If you signed in yesterday and provided us your contact information, you should be part of our media list, and you should have received a confirmation email last night. If you did not get that email, or if you were not on that list, you can be part of our media list by emailing us at jic@kerrvilletx.gov. One more time, jic@kerrvilletx.gov. I don't know the time of the next press conference. As soon as we have that information, we will push it out through our social media. Thank y'all. So go ahead and just send in your yeah, so we're it's for joint information.
I was going to ask him when the next meeting is.
When we send out the confirmation information, we'll tell you exactly what.
Please don't touch my mic.
We'll have to go. Okay. We'll have to wait. Okay.
Okay, have we changed the last SOT in this story, or is it the same last? For the SOTs that we're using in this, I'm just wondering, they had. Aw, that's a good one. Do we use in the package at all that they're telling volunteers to stay out of the way if weather conditions worsen? Okay, I'm going to use that in the tag then. Thank you. Appreciate you. 7 News. That's the tag. Okay. Let her rip, Tater Chip. Okay. 3, 2, 1. For days, we've been highlighting how volunteers are working alongside first responders here to go through the debris left. 3, 2, 1. For days now, we've been talking about how volunteers are working alongside law enforcement to go through some of the debris that's left behind by the Guadalupe River. But now city officials are saying volunteers need to get out of the way if these weather conditions worsen. Oh.
People hovered around over there. Police came.
Let's not zoom just in case.
Everybody's looking over there too.
We can stay this way. This is Jordan. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. This is Jordan 1 2 3 1 2 3. Producers, if you can hear me, where are we in the lineup? Okay, thank you. Ignore my text, I was asking you that same question. In show. We're about 4 minutes in to the show. There's a bunch of people over on the other side of the river too. I hadn't seen them. Stand by. They're all in a holding pattern over there. Yes, we are still in Ingram, Texas. We're at the Blue Oak RV Park, and there have been hundreds of first responders here searching. So what you see here is the big orange X. That is the sign that these vehicles have been searched. And I want to tell you, this is one of the more intact RVs that we've seen here, and it's crumbling. There are little bits of cactus inside it. The water has just completely decimated it. I'm going to take you a little further this way. This RV is completely flipped on its side with the sheer force of the water that came up from the river. So this is the situation. This is what crews are dealing with. Get a good look at that. We're seeing scenes like this all up and down the Guadalupe River. So search crews are still at it over here. We have seen them down this river with excavators. They're trying to get all of the trees and the debris off of everything. There are a lot of cars and a lot of other RVs down closer to where the river begins. We're trying to stay back here. We don't want to get in their way, which is why we are stationed back here. But they will continue working throughout the day. It's starting to get a little more cloudy. There is that threat of rainfall out here, so they're trying to get as much done as possible before that starts and try to get as many answers as they can for people who still have loved ones that are missing and potentially swept away. That's what it's looking like out here. A lot of these new piles of brush are new. People have been going around collecting the trees, moving them out of the way so that they can conduct their searches closer to the river as well. We're going to be out here for another few hours, so we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. And you said they did roll on that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You want to use that one for 11:30?
Yeah, we can. I'm trying to think if there was anything that I didn't say. Because we had the searches.
You have a charger with you? No. Thinking about bringing my charger and plugging it into one of my batteries if I needed to, but I was like, I think we'll be okay. But
over here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what are you going to say?
Okay. I'll say, like, we just got done hearing from the officials from the press conference confirming that number, but I want you to take a look at what it looks like right now. So basically, I'll go through the numbers and I'll say Senator Ted Cruz says Texas is grieving right now as this is every parent's nightmare. And then I'll start to walk off and talk about the conference and be like, this is what it looks like.
Okay,
Blah, blah.
so this is not going to be shown right away.
No.
And walk off this way.
Okay.
Okay, look over here. This is News 4.
Yes. We just got done hearing from officials who confirmed on 75 at the number Ted.
Can you move off? I'm going to go there first.
Okay. Stand by. Good afternoon, Marisa. Well, as you said, we just got done hearing from the Kerr County officials at that press conference where they confirmed that number you just said, as well as how many campers are missing, as well as that counselor. But Senator Ted Cruz says that Texas is now grieving as this is their worst nightmare, or any parent's worst nightmare. Now, take a look at Guadalupe River right behind me right now. You could see the water has been receding, but you could just see how much devastation has been left behind. The trees knocked over, just showing how powerful that water was. Now, Kerrville City Manager says search and rescue is going to continue until everyone is accounted for. They will be focusing on the Kerr County side as it's a bigger area that they need to search. Now, they've had some challenges with the water and the terrain, but they are pushing forward. They've had, and Highway 39 remains closed to the public, so please stay away from that area. Now, people who wish to volunteer, they ask that you call the Salvation Army if you want to help, or you could go to where they are stationed, which is here in Kerrville on 855 Hayes Street. Now, Ted Cruz finished off that press conference by saying search and rescue is the first step, but the process of coming together after the tragedy, tragedy is going to take a bit longer. He then said that Texas will be coming together as we always do. Reporting live, I'm Tawny Davis. Back to you.
Right?
No. Let me check with Elizondo that we're
Texans helping Texans, people coming together, donating water to help some of the people that have been displaced and affected by the floodwaters that came ravaging here early Saturday morning. Crews have been working to get them to some of the hardest hit areas because this is the spot where the storm just stalled and the water had nowhere to go, and so it overflooded Big Sandy Creek. We have UFCU out here. People can check out getting flood relief assistance. There's also an ATM. HEB is also out here, and they're making sure that people have all the necessities that they need, everything from toiletries, cleaning supplies, to making sure there's food. And you can see the crews are putting together these to-go bags to make it really easy for people to grab things, even something as simple as apples and diapers. So here's the thing. What they don't need is food or water or clothing for donations. What they are looking for now are people who can help clear debris from people's roadways and from people's driveways and from their yards. So they're looking for anyone who might have an ATV, people who have wood chippers, chainsaws, you name it, and they also want that manpower. So if you're interested, you can come to Round Mountain Baptist Church. That's at 14500 Round Mountain Road in Leander. Put that in your GPS. And you know what? Honestly, they said just show up. You can call the church for more information, but they said come out here, and they would be more than happy to take your help. HEB is going to be here until there's no longer a need. There are plenty of people from the community who have come out here to make sure that the people here are taken care of. Again, Round Mountain Baptist Church in Leander. And this is going to be going on for the foreseeable future until people can get back on their feet. I'm Barrett Trine reporting KXAN News. Okay, we.
You want to go back over there?
Yeah.
Not that they're going to tell you guys the truth.
Thank
but
you.
The dam at Calhoun Branch just broke.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, you can tell there's tons of pallets of water here. People waiting to get some help after those devastating floods as we wait on day 3 of that. This particular area in northwest Travis County was hit very hard. That rain just stalled, just dumping that rain on top of homes here, and in some cases leveling them, pushing them off their foundation. It's a situation of where this is neighbors helping neighbors. You can see we have UFCU here. They have a portable ATM for people who might need it. They're grilling. And then everybody's favorite grocery store, HEB, is out here. In fact, the organizer of this made a joke and said HEB is the FEMA for Texas. And she goes, if you're not from Texas, you wouldn't understand. And I think that's a sentiment felt by a lot of people as people are coming together to help people who were hurt and or who lost everything in this. So this is something that's severely. Okay. Yeah, no worries. You know how devastating it is for people who sometimes just can't afford the insurance, and because of that, a lot of them lost everything. And so that's kind of why all this organization kind of came together to help people. Listen to the organizer who said that this is something that she just knew she had to do. Okay.
I was trying to get rid of gift cards.
Okay. We're
But the role of FEMA is critically important.
I got one last question for you. We know the warnings here were clearly not effective, if existent at all. Do you see any need for federal resources or requirements for tornado, or I'm going to rephrase that, flood sirens as well? We see the warnings here were clearly not effective, if existent in any meaningful way. Do you see a federal need for more resources and requirements for flood sirens, for example, or resources to help smaller counties like this respond and prepare for disasters?
Look, I think that's certainly a discussion that will flow in the weeks and months ahead. I think we need to look at what happened, what transpired, and how we could have moved more quickly to get people who are vulnerable out of harm's way, in particular those kids in the cabins by the river. Every one of us, if we could turn back time, would go and take, and we did see a lot of people heroically taking kids out of harm's way, but it should have happened earlier. How we make that happen, I think, is a very reasonable discussion. It should be a bipartisan discussion, and I expect it to happen at the local level, the state level, and the federal level.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. All right. Same camera, a different camera?
However they want, so yeah. I don't say anything derogatory or anything like that.
No,
so,
I understand.
So, yeah, cool.
We'll get going as soon as ready to go.
You want me to look into him? Or
yeah, just look at me. We'll just talk. Ignore
Okay.
the camera.
Sounds good.
Just a little bit
Yeah.
because of all the waterfall noise.
Roger that.
I like your hat, by the way.
Thank you.
Representing Leopold, man.
I'm waiting to see if they complain or anything that I got it on. So. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, Representative, truly appreciate you making the time for this.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll ask you as a representative in a bit, but as a Texan, as a member of this community, as a father, what have these last few days been like for you?
Yeah, it's all relative, right? So I recognize that there have been guys who have been on the river all day, every day, and it's physically exhausting, and mentally they're having to deal with recovering bodies. And so I'd say for me, it has not been near as hard as many of the people out there. We've been on the river. We just flew with Texas Parks and Wildlife on their search and rescue helicopter to look at it. But the real heroes here are the guys that have been in the water nonstop. They've saved a lot of lives, and it's pretty amazing. Unfortunately, we lost them too. But just through relativity, I know that what the guys out there are doing is way harder. But we're still trying to just make sure that we keep in contact with all the agencies and help out where we can. So,
was Kerrville prepared for this disaster?
I would say it's a good question. So what I would say is that Kerrville had been working very hard. They had the 4th of July event coming up, so they had been working very hard at monitoring weather. They want to make sure everything was good. I know by 4 in the morning, they had somebody from the city that had been down by the river and said there was no signs of any issues. And by the time that person got home, his phone started blowing up with calls coming in saying, hey, flash flood. And I think that's just, I grew up in the hill country and flash floods happens. And most of the time you really don't have an alert that that's coming. And that's something we can switch over to, which is even with if we had alarm systems in place, it's 4 in the morning. My house, I have an alarm siren that's about maybe a couple hundred yards from my house or so. And if you're inside the house, you can't even hear it. And so the reality is 4 in the morning, even if there were sirens. And the other problem we have is there's no cell service out there. A lot of people like that and they want that. I like not having cell service a lot of times, but there was no communication. Like there would have been no way to really reach people out there.
You don't think there's an adequate warning system in place here?
I think that there possibly is. I haven't got to do it. My focus since I've gotten here, since it started, has been helping with search and rescue. So I couldn't answer that accurately right now.
What is your best understanding of how or if people were warned? We're hearing conflicting reports of when or whether the National Weather Service sent those phone alerts, whether there's flood alarms that went off and where. Lay that all out for us.
Yeah, so me and my brother were having this conversation. He was actually out. We were 1 o'clock last night. We were out by the river, and him and his team were going through some debris. And we talked about that, and he said, man, I got lots of warnings on my phone. And so There's a lot of different things have been said about the warnings. According to my brother last night, he said he was receiving the warnings. So,
As a state representative for this area, what would you like to see the state do in the future to prevent another tragedy like this?
the reality is on weather, people have been predicting weather for a long time and they get it wrong a lot. In this situation, I think you couldn't have predicted this, and so I don't know what exactly that could be done other than we do need better cell service in that area, so it'd be nice to see an effort to get actual cell coverage in those areas that don't have it, especially along rivers like this.
Camp Mystic had no idea what was heading their way.
I don't think they did. Yeah, we just flew over Camp Mystic a while ago, and it's easy to see how you could presume. I mean, the water's a lot lower than the camp, and it's easy to presume that you would not expect water to come up that high. We went to Hunt Store. I've been over that way several times in the last few days, and I've been to Hunt a lot. It's a historic place over there, and never thought I'd ever see water that high. And when you go there now, water was 10 feet higher than the roof of that place. It's hard to even imagine that you could ever see that much water. And they're saying it's not a once in a generation, but once in every 500-year type flood that came through here.
I've seen you push back on some of the discourse online. I'll ask you to give you the chance to respond here. There was a bill in the legislature to lay the groundwork and establish a committee and funding structure for emergency response for things like flood and tornado sirens that you voted against along with a lot of Republicans.
Yeah.
Do you wish you had voted for that?
I actually got caught off guard the other day. I got asked that question. That bill was not on my radar dealing with this, and a reporter asked me about it, and I said, well, I'm not sure what that bill is, but then she explained. She said, well, it was for emergency preparedness. And I said, well, after seeing what I'm seeing, I might have voted different on that. And then I had my team go through the bill afterwards, and what it was doing was creating a council that had no transparency that would oversee grants for emergency warning systems. And so I think that hopefully coming up in this special session, we'll have a bill that if it's like that it still has a transparency, a council that is transparent about what it's doing. So.
And even if it had passed, it wouldn't be in effect yet.
No, it wouldn't. And there's a lot of misinformation. Unfortunately, there's people attacking me online for a bill that wouldn't have even been in effect yet. And the reality is it died in the Senate. Even though I voted against it, it passed through the House, and then it sat in the Senate and died.
Do you plan to file any legislation relating to this tragedy?
We're looking at it. Our main focus right now has been on actually dealing with what we have right now. This is where we need to be at and focused. My chief was just with me a while ago, and we talked about that we need to consider after this is taken care of, what options we have there.
Yeah. But would you like to see the state provide funding for more warning systems, sirens, cell reception? What else?
Yeah, I would like to see us research and decide what actually would be the most effective. And the reality is just this is Flash Flood Alley, and this whole, I live in Brady, all the way from Brady to here. As soon as I woke up Friday morning, my phone was going off like crazy. I drove as fast as I could to get here, and every river we crossed was flooded, and nobody, for the most part, was expecting it to be like that. And so now, and what's interesting is, it hit the biggest here, and then and the ones we crossed were flooded, and then by the time we got here, all of those started getting even bigger, so and just completely unexpected.
What have I not asked you about that you think people need to understand? What does the country need to know about this community right now?
Yeah, first, you can be very proud of your state agencies right now. Texas Department of Emergency Management came in. You already had your county and city governments being pretty effective in that moment, and then TDEM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, came in, and they basically put everybody on the same page. And the amount of coordination between, you think about how many troops and troopers and game wardens and everybody else that are here, other communities that have brought in ambulances and medical services, the amount of coordination that's gone in, they've done an amazing job at making it work as smooth as possible for the situation, and they did it very quickly.
That's good to hear. It is hard to speak in hindsight.
Yeah.
But do you think emergency officials were properly placed and positioned ahead of this disaster?
I know that TDEM had been looking very closely at the area. They had talked about that there was going to be some rainfall all the way from San Angelo to here. And anyways, listen to TDEM talk about it. I think that they felt that they had everything, and I personally think they're correct on this, that they did the best they could with the information that they had, and just You know, this is the headwaters of Guadalupe, so a lot of times you don't expect the flood to be right here, right?
Yeah.
You know, further down where more water has come in, and anyways, it happened right at the beginning of the river.
I just wanted to clarify one more thing. You said you had an alarm outside of your home that goes off?
Yeah, we have right near a school.
But you don't live near here.
No, so I live, I have a very big district.
Right.
It's the size of West
Yeah,
Virginia.
you do.
And so I'm about 100 miles north of here. I'm here all the time, but 100 miles north of here, and we have that siren. It's a couple hundred yards outside of our house. And unless you're standing outside, because they'll do it once a month for a test, unless you're standing outside, you don't hear that thing. So.
Are there functioning sirens in this area?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't have an answer for it.
Okay. What else? Any other? I think we just about. Anything else I'm missing from you?
No, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I really appreciate your
Yes,
time.
sir.
Best
Thank
of luck to you.
Yeah, appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
All right, thank you.
Right after me.
You were right after me. That's right. That's where I saw you, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really?
And I thought, I know that guy.
Yeah. I thought the same thing.
I know that guy.
Okay. There's a lot we can talk about. My story for the day is focusing on the structures in place to prevent this, the state response, both preparations beforehand and what we do now. So we'll kind of focus on the government side of things here. You mentioned the call you had with TDM, I guess Thursday morning. What did the state expect in terms of flooding in this area?
So we have a weather call statewide that everyone can dial in from any community to hear the National Weather Service forecast and any other information or questions on that call. And on that call, the report was to me. I wasn't on the call. My team was on the call, and everybody else in TDM was on the call, and local officials, if they dial in, was 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe some heavier rain, could get to 5 or 7 inches, flash flooding, but not the alarm of what happened. And with that, I'll say, I cast no blame on anyone in that situation, because what happened is the worst possible storm happened in the worst possible spot over the most vulnerable children that no one could have predicted where it would hit. It would be like, you know, I looked at the map, and the map was everything from Sonora, Texas to Waco, which is like 250 miles, and San Angelo to below Kerrville, 150 miles. It could have gone anywhere. So their forecast was light on that morning, and then it wasn't until that afternoon they put out a little bit heavier forecast, and of course it was 1 in the morning when they put out their first flash flood.
Were state emergency responders prepared for this level of catastrophe?
Well, on Thursday, Nim Kidd, our manager, emergency manager, and I think we have the best response team in the country. We poured billions and billions of dollars into building it up because we can't rely on others. We have to rely on ourselves. So they moved assets here the day before, just in the general area. Again, not knowing where it could hit. It could have hit closer to San Antonio, could have hit here, but brought in, had more boats, more vehicles ready to go, and people on alert. And so that's why once it hit, we had the helicopters ready to go. I think we had 14 in the air as soon as you could go in the air. Had 12 drones in the air as soon as you could get up in the air. And we had hundreds of DPS, National Guard, other game wardens. They were all here within hours. So we were close to the scene, kind of the mobile unit, wherever Task Force 1, Task Force 2, wherever they needed to go. So we were prepared. No one, I was just talking to the lady at the jewelry shop behind us, and she said, you know, when you look down here and look at this water, imagine it being as high as that bridge. It's just hard to imagine. It was as high as that bridge. No one's ever seen anything like it. So was anyone prepared for that? For 26 feet to 30 feet of the river rising in 45 minutes? No. But were they prepared for possible flash flooding? Yes.
It's hard to predict and counter Mother Nature,
Yes.
especially when it's at this scale. But is there anything that state or local officials could have done to minimize casualties?
So, you know, we'll have plenty of time, and I know you've heard this, it's not a cliche, but right now we're still searching for miracles, and we're still recovering as we find deceased bodies. And so there'll be plenty of time to look at all of those things. But the one thing that Governor Abbott and I talked about this morning that is clear is we should have sirens up and down these flash flood alleys that we have in Texas. And if we had sirens like they have in Israel for a rocket attack, that would have blared like a, you know, like a cacophony of sound all the way down at 1:30 in the morning when that National Weather Service, the first, can't forget the exact language, but their first dramatic increase in alert, that might have saved some lives. Had people when they check in and rent these RVs, et cetera, if they had a paper on their lease agreement that said if you hear a siren, go to high ground. The sirens aren't here. That's something that we have a special session coming up. I know the governor asked about funding. I said absolutely, we can fund these. If the cities can't afford it, we'll do it. Because what I was told by some family members of one of the little girls who was rescued, they woke up by lightning and thunder at 1:30. But they still didn't really know what was going on. And so we shouldn't have lightning and thunder waking up kids. We should have those sirens. And I want to join with the governor, and I know the speaker will fund those now, so maybe we can have them installed for next summer.
Is there anything else? What are you going to call on the legislature to do in response to this tragedy?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, to be honest with you. And sometimes when you rush into something, you make bad decisions. So we will, I think, look at...
What are the things at the top of your mind, though?
Well, the top of my mind is the siren idea that the governor had of funding that. Number two, we're going to have to look at the total response from the Weather Service, National Weather Service on down, and make sure those messages get out. Again, it came at the worst time. It's 1:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. How many people would have seen it? How many people would have heard their phone ring, et cetera? Maybe more information for visitors for sure. Because so there's an app here that would alert you if you lived here, but if you were a visitor here, you may not have gotten that call. So there are a lot of things that we can unpack to do it, and that's what we'll do. But we'll do it smartly, and we'll do it so it works, not just as a reaction. And I'm sure the House will join me. We'll have interim hearings on this before the next session to look at all of these things, because that's what we need. We need to go back step by step, and look at what happened and why it happened. And a lot of it is the greatest meteorologist you have couldn't have predicted exactly where that storm hit. And for the people who said, well, if they had evacuated them out sooner to another location, what if the storm had moved 5 miles and hit them there? So this is a freak of nature storm, or 1 in 100, 200 years, whatever you want to call it. And you can prepare the best you can for any disaster, but you can never prepare something like this. You can just do the best you can, and I think we could do more.
What has the president told you here?
No, he's coming Friday, I believe.
Is that still the plan, to the best of your knowledge?
That's the best of my
I'm
knowledge.
not asking you to read the White House's mind.
Yeah.
You seem to be the Trump whisperer around here sometimes.
No, well, look, he has delivered everything from the minute it happened on Friday. Kristi Noem called, his staff called, he called. We could not ask for anything more from the president of the White House.
One more question for you, then I'll let you go. There is another federal angle here, though. It seems like there was some finger pointing at the National Weather Service for their forecast. Did the National Weather Service fail?
I don't know. Again, I'm not going to say that today because I don't know. I've noticed over the years of going back 20, 25 years I've been involved in this. Maybe there's a certain timidity of a forecast, like what would have happened if they said there's going to be 20 inches of rain that's going to fall,
right? And
everyone moved and everyone was evacuated and nothing happened. So did they?
Crying wolf.
Yeah. So they're in a tough position. Every meteorologist is, but on Thursday they didn't see it was a big problem. Then later Thursday afternoon, a little bit bigger problem, and then 1 in the morning. But 1 in the morning, when the storm hits at 5, is late. But if that's the first time that they realized it, so I'm not blaming anybody for anything. I'm just saying, let's look at what didn't work, and let's fix that and make it better next time.
Appreciate it, Governor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
That'll
you.
do. Check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Hey, I got you. Hey there. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check Ryan. Well, more desperate and more dire by the hour, Zinclay. This is still an active search and rescue mission. Officials saying that they're still in the primary phase of rescue, meaning they are trying to find survivors, but increasingly as the number of missing goes down while the death toll rises, seems like they are only finding recovering bodies instead of people who have been able to hang on now 4 days into this search. We were up in the air with the U.S. Coast Guard yesterday to get a sense of what this looks like from the skies. We saw the massive search area that first responders are having to search, scanning the Guadalupe River from the air with thermal infrared technology to try and find any signs of life, try and give any signs of hope back to these families who still have no idea where their loved ones are at this point, Sinclair. Yeah, now that we have some separation of time from the initial tragedy here, the focus is starting to include calls for accountability, wondering how this happened, why it was so bad, and why people didn't know that it was going to be so bad, and what to do about it. So I talked with Senator Ted Cruz today about that. He said that the federal government is going to take a serious look at what went wrong here and provide any resources that the state needs in order to ensure warning systems are working properly and that warnings are provided, for example. But he is one of the many Texans who knows people personally affected by this. Grown up in Houston, like me, people from Dallas, Austin, Houston, everybody across the state at least knows somebody, it seems, who is tragically impacted by this. Here's a bit of what he told me. Yeah, so as we press our elected leaders from the federal, state, local levels to see what went wrong and how we can fix it, still families here holding on to hope against heartbreak that maybe there will be some good news to come in all this tragedy, Zinclay. Thank you.
I would say, enough public safety personnel who are trained in how to do search and rescue. We would much rather stick to that route so that this way we can ensure the safety of all responders who are conducting these search operations.
Beyond search operations, like these people were showing up to help clean up and clear debris and stuff like that.
At least when it comes to debris cleanup, I guess from that very specific area, realistically, try to leave this to the professionals. And if you are going to help with any sort of debris cleanup, make sure you're checking in with an organization like the Arc of Highland Lakes, who is putting together those types of teams.
So for people watching this, it sounds like the Arc of Highland Lakes is, if they want to help, that's their
That's going to be our central coordination point for community resources.
When it comes to emergency alerts, I spoke to multiple people today. So the first thing they heard was people rapping on their doors, rapping on their windows saying, hey, your house is flooding. What sort of systems do you guys have in place?
So we utilize, of course, Warren Central Texas. Beyond that, of course, because of how bad the flooding was, National Weather Service was issuing flood emergency alert.
No hay víctimas de los expertos.
Was he just shooting in the house, or was he shooting at the officers or anything?
He wasn't shooting at any officers. He was just discharging his firearm not really at any direction of anybody. We don't have any victims. Nobody has been injured. He seems to be uninjured at this time, and so we're just we're working towards a peaceful resolution. Residents of the neighborhood are asking if you're home to stay in, kind of shelter in place for now. Residents that are trying to access their home, the neighborhood next to us is Woodridge Village. It's just a little bit to the west of this location. There is an access point through that neighborhood, so there's an officer kind of at that gate allowing people that live in this neighborhood access to get to their home this way.
So this is the third time you guys have been called out in the past 24 hours?
Just over 24 hours.
Okay.
To this location.
O sea, que ayer se reportó un problema ahí mismo, en esa misma casa.
En esta casa, sí, había una disturbance con un familiar del sospechoso. Llamaron a la policía y no salió, pero no había víctima. Ellos tomaron la información.
Ya a las 11 de la mañana
una casa, ya la tercera llamada ahí en esa misma casa. Comenzaron a conectar que había otra llamada anoche y la investigación terminó para cuando no terminó, pero aumentó que iban a detenerlo en la casa hasta que llegó SWAT y los negocios para ver si se...
SWAT está ahí todavía.
SWAT está ahí todavía.
Does this man have any sort of criminal history?
That we're aware of, no. He didn't have any... he didn't have any criminal history. We don't know if he's in any kind of having a mental crisis at this point. Again, our main purpose right now is to get him to surrender in the in a peaceful manner, so nobody's injured, nobody gets hurt, and get him the help if he needs, if he's in some kind of mental crisis, to get him the help that he needs.
Are safe officers here too?
We have safe officers on scene, we have patrol on scene, we have our SWAT unit on team, and our negotiators on team. We also have our Raven unit, which is our unmanned drones on scene.
So I know when we got here about an hour ago, we heard the negotiators. That's pretty much stopped since then.
Well, they have them on the phone. So,
okay.
Yeah, they're in communication with them. So, yeah. And let me get Channel 4 because they just showed up. So this all started about 11 this morning. Actually, rewind. It started yesterday afternoon about 12:30-ish. A call came out for disturbance at this home where there was a disturbance with a family member. There was really no complainant or, officers arrived and there wasn't any compliance with the individual inside. He was by himself, so kind of they disengaged, went back into service. Early this morning, just after 6 o'clock or so, there was calls that came in for shots being fired from the home. Officers made the location. They weren't able to contact anyone that the caller didn't want to be contacted, and there was really no signs of anyone being injured. They went back into service, and then this call again came out about 11 o'clock, and now they're like, well, this is the third time we've been out here. Now they were able to kind of develop, now this individual, we need to get in contact with this individual, have him come out because he's continuing to shoot out of the home, and so that's where we are now. SWAT was called out. So initial officers did contain the individual to the house. We have him surrounded in the house. This is isolated to that house, and there's no one else in the home with him. So the neighbors are safe. We're asking neighbors to stay indoors if they're at home out of an abundance of caution. Our negotiators and our SWAT team is out here trying to negotiate a peaceful surrender.
So ustedes vinieron 3 veces, ¿va? A las 11 de la mañana empezaron a darse. Sí.
La tercera, 8 de la mañana. And then we'll kind of stand by. We'll let you know. Hopefully this ends soon, and once it's open, we'll open it back up and let it know back in. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that may just be an email that's back.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Hello. Can I get you down? So, yeah, where I was actually like on the inside, like where the scene was, instead of just like out here on the street. Yeah, I mean, I recorded it myself. What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but everyone's talking about the movie. It's just, I don't know, it didn't seem that serious, but. No, I think they're still negotiating with the guy. I don't know. Yeah, Miss Goso said that they would send out
favorite PJ. You gotta
Yo, you have a hot pod, right? You have a hot pod, right? My ball head's not locking. Yeah, it's like, see, it's wiggling and the latch is up. No, and it's like, this thing's like practically brand new. Alright, well, that's why I'm down. I moved because I was getting eaten by ants. So, okay. Worst case, I'll
Come
do
on up here. Amber, let's talk to them real quick. How much time do we have? We have 4 minutes. Do you guys mind?
See. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Maribel, I think now probably.
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay.
now is better.
Now or later?
I think now
Okay.
because you're booked.
Not in the 3 o'clock hour.
Not in the 3.
No, it's in the 4.
Well, that we're coming up on 4. It's 3:38.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, let me talk to you guys real quick. Are you able? Huh? Oh, can you guys come up or is it too high?
I can't. I have a 4 back surgery.
Oh, she has a back surgery. No, you definitely cannot. Does it look bad if you shoot it from there? Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just walk around.
Or
No,
maybe
that's
she
fine.
can go down there? No, guys, can I just... Let's just do it. Even
No,
if
just-
That's what let's keep him here. Okay, let's just do it really fast. If you can just tell me your first and last name and spell that out.
Abraham Lara.
And then common spelling, just spell it out so we have the right spelling. A-B...
Abraham. L-A-R-A, right.
Abraham, can you just tell me your grandson works at Camp Mystic?
What's his name?
Aaron.
Mystic Camp, you know.
Camp Mystic.
Camp Mystic, yeah.
Who works there? Your grandson.
My grandson, Aaron Lara. Yeah.
When you heard that this had happened so close to home, what was your reaction? Somewhere that your grandson works at?
Well, thanks God, he that day he didn't work. That day, but you know, one of my members of the church works there, and they didn't call them too that day. So I mean, God is in control.
Are you a pastor?
Yes, ma'am. De Restauración, he's right there.
Oh, okay. And can you just tell me, you walk these trails a lot. What is your reaction to seeing them look like
Well, this is my second time. 87, that was kind of like this.
So you've lived through disaster like this before?
Yeah.
Was that worse or is this worse?
No, this is worse. This is worse because, you know, we lose families, homes, trailers, trucks, cars. You know, those little kids hurt me. I don't know how many kids got lost.
It's just devastating, right?
It's sad.
You speak Spanish, Abraham?
Yeah.
Can you tell us something in Spanish? Su reacción al ver tanto desastre en esta comunidad.
Mi reacción. Triste. Nunca habíamos visto en este pueblo algo así. Nunca. En el 87, como dije, hubo algo, pero este es el peor. Este es el peor. Está feo. Está feo.
Do you want to say something about your brother? Your brother works at Camp Mystic. Can you tell me, how are you feeling knowing that happened there? And tell me how your brother's doing.
My brother's fine, but whenever I heard that the flood hit Camp Mystic, I was really sad because there was helpless little girls that were getting stuck in the flood, and so it was a hard day.
And what does your brother do there?
He helps carry the bags to their cabins. So
And how is he doing emotionally?
he doesn't like talking about it, so I'm not sure.
But you said that day he was off?
Yes, he wasn't working there that day.
Was he scheduled off that day, or it just happened to be that he didn't go in?
He just happened to be that he didn't go.
How do you feel about knowing that that could have been your brother stuck there?
I couldn't even imagine. I mean, if he did work there, I don't know what I'd do without him.
What's your name, sweetie?
Emma Lara.
Emma Lara. E-M-M-A or E-M-A?
EMMA.
Thank you, but it's okay that she spoke twice. Are you okay with it? Okay. Thank you both so much for sharing that with us. Thank you so much for
No,
talking
thank
to me,
you.
okay?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm so glad you're safe. And trust me, we all feel the pain of this community. It's horrible. You guys stay
God bless
safe,
you.
okay? Thank you so much. His grandson works at Camp Misty.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
A second.
It's probably the same one.
575
5132.
He spoke in Spanish too. All right. Hey guys, I just got some sound. Do you guys want to hear about it? Oh, okay. So you know who that is. So that man is a pastor here. His church is just right up the street. He's lived through the really horrific flooding in the 80s that happened here. He said this one is way worse. His grandson works at Camp Mystic, but he was off that day. Yeah. And the little girl, that's her brother who works there. And she's like, I don't know what I would do without him. Yeah. Let me just check my hair, Marcus. Am I looking crazy?
A little black dot, right? No, sorry, in the top and like at the bridge. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Done.
Yes, mic check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. We're in Kerrville, right off the Guadalupe River is this city park. It's known for its lush trees and walking trail wildlife. But now, like so many areas along the river, let's show. I'm going to say, but now like so many. Yes. So, give me a second. But now with so many people, what can you show? Can I go this way? Okay.
Yeah, I just don't want you to fall.
I'm good. This is a look like. If I trip, I can get back up and then do it again.
No.
Yeah, with a broken shoulder.
That's not the answer
We will carry on. The show will go on.
Right.
Okay.
Let's get going. We're almost in the tags window. That interview was worth it.
3, 2.
On your right side, Mary, just pull your hair into your collar.
We're in Kerrville, right off the Guadalupe River. Is the city park is known for its lush trees, its walking trails. It's a place for peace, but not like so many areas. Okay, ready? We're in the city of Kerrville along this city park right next to the Guadalupe River. This is a place known for its hiking trails, its lush trees, and also sightseeing of wildlife. We've seen many deer here in the area. But now, like so many other places surrounding this river, it's a place for peace converted into a disaster zone. Let me do that one more time. Ready? One more time. But that's the deal. Did I move enough? No, I need to completely move off. Okay. We're in the city of Kerrville at this city park along the Guadalupe River. This place is known for its hiking trails, its lush trees, and wildlife sightseeing. However, this place that is usually a place for peace is now being turned into a disaster zone, as you can see behind us. Debris scattered everywhere, downed trees. There are crews right now trying to clear the area.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
We are expecting to see more heavy rainfall in the next coming days, and that could mean more flash floods. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said the state is now preparing and it's bracing its emergency response ahead of those storms. We're in Kerrville. I'm Maribel Gonzalez.
Okay.
Do you want me to raise this up a little? Would that be better?
Yes.
You just say one.
7 News. Okay. Perfect. That's good. Thank you. Ready? In 3, 2. Heavy rainfall is expected in the next few days, and that could mean more flash floods for central Texas, including here in Kerrville, where much of the destruction, as you can see, has occurred. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, however, said that the state is bracing for more rainfall, and it is preparing its emergency response ahead of those storms. We're in Kerrville. I'm Maribel Gonzalez, 7 News. News. Ready? 3, 2. Parts of central Texas, including here in the city of Kerrville, where much of the destruction, as you can see, wait, what was it? I forgot who. 6 News? News 6. Okay. 3, 2. Parts of central Texas are expecting heavy rainfall in the next few days, including here in the city of Kerrville, where, as you can see, much of the destruction has happened. Governor Greg Abbott says the state is preparing for that rainfall. He said he is embracing the, one more time, 6 News, 3-2. News 6, 3-2. Parts of central Texas are expecting more heavy rainfall in the next coming days, including here in the city of Kerrville, an area that, as you can see, has been impacted severely by the disaster. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas says the state is preparing for these storms, and he is putting all of his resources into emergency response. Reporting in Kerrville, I'm Maribel Gonzalez, 6 News. Oh, News 6.
What did you say?
6 News. News 6. Okay, ready? 3, 2. Parts of central Texas are expecting more heavy rainfall throughout the next few days, and that could mean more flash floods, especially here in the city of Kerrville, that, as you can see, has been severely impacted by this disaster. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said the state is preparing for this, and he is embracing all of the emergency response ahead of the storms. Reporting in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez, News 6. Was that crazy? Okay. Did I say something wrong?
We have 3 more to go.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay. 3, 2. 3, 2. News 6.
Word before number.
3, 2. More heavy rainfall is expected in the next few days in parts of central Texas and here in the city of Kerrville, that has been severely damaged by this disaster. The state says it is bracing to respond ahead of those storms. Reporting in Kerrville, I'm Maribel Gonzalez, News 6. Reporting from Texas. KRDO 13. Okay, reporting from Texas for KRDO 13, I'm Maribel Gonzalez. Ready? 3, 2. 3, 2. More heavy rainfall could be on the way for parts of central Texas, including here, the city of Kerrville, that, as you can see, has been destroyed. One more time, 3, 2. More heavy rainfall could be on the way for parts of central Texas, including here, the city of Kerrville, that has been just severely impacted by this disaster. The Texas governor says they are bracing ahead of those storms. Reporting from Texas for KRDO 13, I'm Maribel Gonzalez. You didn't think I would get that, huh?
Sorry.
That was a long one. I can do that one. Marie, tossing back to Marie. Okay. 3, 2. Sports News, Chicago. 3, 2. We are expecting more heavy rainfall in parts of central Texas. One more time. 3, 2. More heavy rainfall could be on the way in the next few days for parts of central Texas and here in Kerrville, where, as you can see, the area has been severely damaged by this disaster. The Texas governor says the state is bracing its emergency response ahead of those storms. Reporting in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez, CBS News Chicago. Marie? Thank you, guys.
All right. With 3 minutes to spare. 3 minutes. And they were worried.
I would like you guys to step in here and do what I just had to do.
I can't. That's what
Somebody? How about Stuart?
He's the one who doubted me the most.
I mean, I got it. I gotta take off my hat though. You fix my hair.
Try it.
KRBO 13.
Yeah, but think of everything you're going to say before and then say that.
Kerrville, Texas, disaster.
Okay.
She's like, not as good as me. It's like a circle. What is a circle? I'm so confused. Should look up what road this is right here. I'm extending our car rental 2 minutes to the top. That's not what I meant.
Can you bring my laptop, Amber? Thank you.
Maybe, where's your other, your IFB is at the hotel?
I don't know. I don't know where it is.
All right.
Don't worry about that. Okay, 2 minutes out, guys. Oh, it's okay. Just leave it. It's okay. I'll grab it. Thank you. We don't need you falling, Stuart, because that's steep. I'll grab it when we get some downtime. One minute out. Yeah. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to turn around. Is this enough movement? So if I start here, is that enough? Okay.
Also go this way if you'd rather.
Whatever looks best. I can work.
You can change it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're in Kerrville at a city park right along the Guadalupe River. This is a place known for its hiking trails, its lush trees, and the wildlife that is usually here. However, this place for peace has now turned into a disaster zone. As you can see behind me, downed trees, and there's so much effort right now to clean up the debris that caused by the flash floods.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
the outpour of people near, far. It's been incredible.
Now, more heavy rainfall could come down on parts of central Texas, including here, the city of Kerrville. The Texas governor, Greg Abbott, says they are bracing their emergency response ahead of those storms. Reporting live in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez. All right. Jadian. Am I saying that right? Jadian? I think we need to lower this again, but that's good. Thank you. Jadian and who?
Let me look again.
Jadian
Ryan.
and Ryan. Jadian and Ryan.
Just Jadian. They only want
Just
Jadian.
Jadian.
Only Jadian, not just Jadian.
Only Jadian.
Yeah, it's spelled J-A-D.
Here, Amber. I'm gonna throw this to you.
I spike it.
Jadian. I can hear program. Jadian. We're up next, guys. Yeah, Jadian, it's devastating. The destruction is just so widespread. We are currently in Kerrville. We know this is one of the areas most impacted by these floods. And we're at a city park that sits right next to the Guadalupe River. But as you can see, this place that is known to locals here as a place for peace, one where they can enjoy hiking trails, they can enjoy the lush vegetation here and the wildlife that freely, has now turned into a disaster zone. If you can see along the river there's just so many downed trees, huge downed trees. And right now there are crews on the bridge trying to clean that up, to at least remove whatever debris that they possibly can. The devastation, I think, is really setting in for people here days after that flooding happened. And I say that because talking to locals here, it feels like they're really now just taking the time to process everything that's been happening. They were in fight or flight mode for so long, and now it's really setting in what their community looks like. I spoke to a pastor whose church is just right up the road, and he started crying when I told him, what does it feel like today seeing this river? This is a river that he frequents with his granddaughters. He walks up and down the trails. He lived through flooding in the 80s that he says was almost as bad as this, but now that he's out here surveying this damage, he says this is by far the worst disaster he's seen here in his community. Okay, I thought they were going to ask me questions.
Alright. Next up is Wink, and you'll be tossing to the donut.
We should alert Mexico that we have Spanish sound from somebody who lives right here in this community. Can somebody do that, please? I know that they're scheduled at the bottom of the hour, but that would be great for them to have. We can offer that and toss to it during our live hit. Yes? Yes? No?
Give me the MS number. I can send it. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Jeez, I'm like a second behind every time, or maybe a whole minute. Who knows?
Is it Russ and Amanda?
Where's this? You send it.
Hi, I can hear you. Yes. Are you, is this, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. And is it Russ and Amanda?
This isn't making you jealous? This isn't making you jealous? We're at the Fairfield Inn, okay? Come on. Come on. Come on. The coffee tastes like dirt, okay? That is a fact, not an opinion. Alright, Cheryl, you're really listening. On Monday morning? Absolutely not. We got a lot of media there. Some first responders, but mostly media.
Stand by, guys.
Stand by, stand by.
Hi, yeah, Russ and Amanda, I can certainly tell you that devastation continues and it is so widespread. We are at a city park here in Kerrville that sits right next to the Guadalupe River. This is normally considered by locals here a place for peace, but it has been turned into a disaster zone. Just take a look at all the destruction left behind by the flash flooding. You can see dozens of downed trees, these huge downed trees, and crews working right now as they have been, trying to clear some of that debris, hoping to restore this place little by little back to its normalcy.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
Near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
With dozens still missing, the looming threat of more flash floods in this area is posing a danger. We are expecting a heavy rainfall in the next few days in central Texas. And here in the city of Kerrville, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is bracing and preparing its emergency response ahead of those storms. Russ, Amanda. Thank you all.
Spanish, you got 28, so 9 minutes. No, that's not the right math. Like 15 minutes. The Spanish sound was at the end of the feed, is that right, Mary?
Yes.
Or at the very end?
At the very end. Before the little girl started talking.
I just asked, I need to go look this up.
Do you have the MS number?
Uh-huh. I'm sending it to Laura Diaz right now.
Can you CC me on that so I have it too?
Yes. She sent it in our little, are you maybe not on that? I don't know what our,
I'm not on any of it. I haven't gotten it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I can check in the car too for your. He's gonna check and see if he has an earpiece for you.
Thank you. It may be in the car. I don't know. I don't have time to go looking for it.
So Kerrville pastor.
Yeah.
Pastor. His son. His son works.
His grandson.
Grandson works.
Are you
at
sending it to who right now?
Laura Diaz? She's going to be
Okay,
coordinating
gotcha,
the next
gotcha,
slide.
gotcha.
Camp Mystic. And he was off the day of the flood.
Yep.
So they are translating your package.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. That's okay. Yeah, I'll call you back the next one, 28? I'll call you back in. I'll call you. I know. What did he say in Spanish, Marika? He's gonna try to take a look.
Just his reaction to seeing his community.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I told her that you want a Spanish right for the hip. I'll see if she's able to do it. You and Naomi. Yeah. Enrique. She's watching it right now. I'm gonna go get you a water. Thank you. Ow. Oh my god. That's bad.
Mr. Marcus, sir? Amazing. Okay, so I'll speak to those in that order, or I don't know if you need to know the order. Okay, I think I can do that. I can talk about overall search efforts and then touch on Camp Mystic and what's new today. And then I think the rest of that video, the search efforts, will hold for whatever we're saying. Do we have the 5 p.m. yet? Okay, scratch that, Marcus. It says anchors TBD. Do we know who the anchor will be? And do we know which questions they would like to ask? Miss Sherelle, can you ask Sherelle what the name of the anchors are, because it says TBD on here, and then which questions they're hoping to ask?
Calling dealer's choice?
Both? Can I have both?
Both.
Thank you.
Greedy. Just kidding. Just be careful. Maybe put that over here because there's ants, so I just don't want to attract them to you. Yeah. Not that they don't go on there. They've been all over Rory's camera.
What?
Oh, cool. Hello. I was calling to talk with Sherelle and Marcus, but you're lovely too.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
You don't mind me standing off to the side while you're working?
No, you can stand as long as...
How are you doing?
Good.
All right.
Good.
Yeah.
Good, given the situation.
Yeah.
This is horrible to see. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
No, I just need to be... Okay. I could just call back.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, do you live here?
Yeah, I'm from Fort Hood, but I come here a lot, you know.
Were you here before the floods, or did you come down
I was here Monday. I'm sorry, I was here Friday morning, and I had no idea until I got to Sidney Baker, the bridge. The water was right up to the concrete that supports the bridge deck.
Oh my
It was
God.
like maybe no more than this much grace.
Jesus.
Ordinarily, it's down there 40 feet.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I can hear you okay. Sorry, hold on. They're talking to me. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Okay, I will put it on the next hit. Thank you.
And then Sherelle, I have a question for you. For this next hit, do you know who the anchors are?
How you doing? Good.
He's just standing by. He's good. In case you're
You
wondering.
guys all the way from Atlanta?
Emily.
He is.
And then Los Angeles. We're at different bureaus all around. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I was not speaking for Jenna. Okay, Maribel, you're gonna have to ask them the anchor name once they're on. She's tried to call them 3 times. They're not.
Yeah, that's fine.
So also question them.
Do we have the latest numbers in the death toll?
Let me triple check.
The National Weather Service warned of life-threatening flooding along the river in a series of early morning alerts.
95.
95? Oh my gosh. It just keeps going up every time we check.
47 campers. I don't know. That's what we don't know. They aren't talking
they were only doing death trail, or you know what I mean, missing. 95. And it's 27 campers and counselors, not all children. Yeah. Oh, here we go. 10 campers and 1 counselor are still unaccounted for. So 11 people still unaccounted for from Camp Mystic.
How many? 10 girls? That's the same.
10 and 1 counselor.
I'm sorry, 10 girls and 1 counselor.
That's the same, yeah, 11 from yesterday.
All right. Hey, can you tell me who your anchors will be that I'll be tossing to, and then any specific questions that they may have? Kayla and Clay. Oh, Kaylin. Oh, okay. It's just one anchor. Kaylin. Kaylin. With no T. Kaylin. Okay. And will she be asking me a series of questions, or do you want me to speak through?
For English sound or Spanish sound? Okay.
Stand by, guys.
Stand by.
Yeah, hi, Kaylin. Well, the devastation. Yeah, you know, those search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and they've been working around the clock as best they can, trying to get to those people that still may need the help. They still may need to be rescued, but we know that those threats of flash floods have been affecting those search and recovery efforts and those search and rescue efforts as well. Yesterday, even yesterday afternoon, we were in Kerrville, Texas, and that is where there were dozens of first responders, groups of volunteers, even people, local people from the community here on horseback, trying to get to the riverbank to sift through that debris, trying to hopefully find somebody who may need the help. However, those efforts were cut short because we received an alert, an emergency alert, warning of possible flooding. And as you can see, you can definitely understand why people had to evacuate. This behind me is the Guadalupe River. As you can see, it is right now covered with downed trees, massive trees, but the water levels of this river, as we saw right before the 4th of July holiday, these can rise very, very quickly. And that was the concern that so many of the search and rescue teams had. If they stayed, they had to heed those warnings, because as we know, that flood can take over an area very quickly. In fact, there was an RV park that was stationed right next to the riverbanks, and that area, we're told by the property manager, it completely inundated, completely washed away all of the RVs in just a matter of 20 minutes. So that just goes to show you how potentially dangerous those floods can be in this area. Yeah, you know, we've heard from people here. They need all the help that they can get. It is such a difficult terrain to try to get through and try to find people who may still need the help. Yesterday, we know that there were military drones deployed to the area. Those drones usually are specific to surveillance. Those are not manned drones. Those are virtual drones, but now they're being used to hopefully try to find anyone who may be stuck out here or anybody who needs to be recovered. We also know FEMA resources have been activated. This after the President Donald Trump, he gave the green light to that disaster declaration here in the area made by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And then we also know that the president himself will be here in the area on Friday. Thank you all. Hello, hello. Hola, sí, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan a mí? Ok. Ok, perfecto. A ustedes. Oh my God. It's like deja vu. Hello, my friend.
Guys, are you gonna dial the Mexico IFB or should that be?
I'm already dialed in.
Oh, Mary Bell dialed in.
Hola, buenas tardes.
See, I'm telling everything I do is late to the game today. Okay, Marcus. So what were you saying about the feed for the sound? I sent it to Storms, but it sounds like we came like a minute late or something. So we probably could have a little thing. We missed the top part where she asked his name.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
So especially for Spanish.
Hold on, they're talking to me. Okay, hello?
The producer over there was going to try to cut up with Sharon.
Con Enrique, perfecto.
But would that be you rolling it or they could?
Una preguntita. Ustedes acabamos de hacer una entrevista en español. No sé si ustedes tengan acceso a esa entrevista y quizás quieran usarla. Ah, es 3 minutos, ok.
Is this TSCB? Okay. Well, yeah, she was saying, Marcus, that she was going to send it. It works.
Ah, perfecto. Entonces puedo incluirlo. Ok, una entrevista con Abraham Lara para confirmar. They have our sound. They're going to use our sound.
Marcus, she just said they have the sound.
Mexico's going to use it. I had to push it out to INS, CNNE.
He would need to roll the sound, so he's just confused.
Oh.
It's okay. If they say they have it, then it should be okay. I just don't want you to toss it and then they don't have it. That's my only point.
Una preguntita. ¿Ustedes van a transmitir la entrevista en México o desde México o quieren que nuestro equipo de CNN transmita la entrevista desde nuestros estudios? I don't know. They are rolling the interview. Ok, muchas gracias por confirmar.
Marcus is jazzed.
I don't know why that's so confusing.
I'll explain it. Yeah, no, he doesn't want to complicate anything. If they figured it out, then they're good.
They have figured it out, Marcus. They have the interview. They will roll it.
No, yeah, if they got it, they got it. That's perfect.
Okay.
You're good. I know. No, that's all I was saying. I was like, I don't want you to toss and not have it. Yeah. That's it. Well, if they have it, they have it, so that's great. But their chat doors, they got it ready whenever she wants.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
This is a show and tell, Stuart.
Okay.
Muy buenas tardes, Enrique, ¿qué tal? Enrique, verdaderamente aquí se está viviendo una tragedia y es que a días después de las inundaciones continúan esos esfuerzos por dar con las personas que aún permanecen desaparecidas. Sabemos que hay decenas de personas que todavía no han podido contactar a sus seres queridos y además siguen desaparecidas por lo menos 10 niñas que se encontraban en un campamento de verano a las orillas del río Guadalupe, que está precisamente a mis espaldas, y les quiero mostrar la fuerza de estas inundaciones, la fuerza de la corriente, el desastre que se vivió en esta zona. Como pueden ver, en el río, donde antes habían árboles masivos, ahora solo quedan ramas, hay muchos escombros, cemento. Hemos visto carros atrapados entre las ramas. Entonces lo que se ve en esta comunidad es pánico, angustia, conforme van pasando las horas, Enrique, y es porque van aumentando la cifra de números de personas que han fallecido. Creo que la última vez que revisamos esos datos, ya la cifra estaba a por lo menos 90 personas fallecidas. Esa cifra, Enrique, va aumentando minuto con minuto. Eso es lo que no habíamos visto en días anteriores. Lo estamos viviendo el día de hoy. Hace una hora esa cifra estaba alrededor de 80 y ahora al menos 90 personas han fallecido. Decenas de personas permanecen desaparecidas y la preocupación en estos momentos, Enrique, es que se aproxima y se avecina una amenaza de inundación, más lluvias en esta zona, en la parte central de Texas, incluyendo la ciudad de Kerrville, que, como bien lo mencionaste, es una de las ciudades más impactadas por este desastre. El gobernador Greg Abbott ha comentado varias veces el día de hoy que el estado se está preparando en caso de que haya más lluvia y una amenaza de inundaciones. Se está preparando todos los recursos estatales para anticipar esa emergencia. Gracias a ustedes.
We didn't use the sound. Oh.
Well, I didn't.
It's okay.
I didn't toss to it because I thought I was gonna come back and he was gonna tell me.
I got you.
So I didn't toss. It's all right. They can use it for their newscasts later on.
At the top?
At the top.
At the top? At the top? At the top, at the top. Oh my goodness. Okay, my dear. Do you feel picture ready?
Sure. Yes. I hate these pictures.
I know, it's so fun. I didn't take any pictures yesterday.
Actually, yeah. They look good.
Today we're quite busy. I don't even think they need them.
But you have the dongle. Oh, I have the dongle.
So at the end of the night, that's your IFB stew? That's like an extra one?
Yeah.
We'll check in the car. I bet you it's in the car. You never forget anything.
I don't know.
But we'll just remember to give it back to Stu at the end of the night.
I'll remember.
Yeah, you better. I'm coming after
Or
you.
else.
These are like sought after. I might keep it. I'm just kidding.
So Stu, we've been extended through Trump's visit on Friday.
Yeah, I was telling her I got a doctor's
He's ready.
appointment Thursday afternoon. So
Okay.
I can't stay.
I'm not sure exactly when I'm leaving or just replacing. But
Okay. Cool. So will you maybe be with us? What's today? Monday?
yeah, I'll probably do tomorrow, and I could do Wednesday and take us
Pretty
Thursday
late
morning
though.
flight.
If you left Thursday morning, what time is your appointment on Wednesday or Thursday?
4.
This is quite a long flight for you, right? Texas to Atlanta.
It's not that really. It's like 2 hours.
Oh. Oh shoot, that's so easy.
So I could
Dang,
fly
ours
out
is
Thursday
3.
morning.
Atlanta is closer to Texas.
Is it really?
Our flight nonstop was 3 hours, like 15 minutes from LA. Yeah, but the flight was so smooth.
Well,
but
I mean, Texas is.
I know Texas is so big, so it depends on if we were going to like the Panhandle or something, or not
just
Panhandle.
An
That's
hour
Florida.
just to fly from here to El Paso.
I know.
Or more.
No, I know. Okay.
INS, is that the Spanish hit?
The INS, are you seeing that nighttime thing?
No, I'm asking, is INS the Spanish look live?
I would need the look live that they're talking about would be a Spanish one, but that one they now don't want until it's dark outside. So I said, well, that's going to be one of that's going to have to be one of the last things we do.
Central
because it doesn't
Texas
get dark out
rising
until
again
9
Monday
p.m.
as more rain falls in the area.
I know.
The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain.
Up here. 00, 03, 09, 15, 28. Can I take a photo of you, darling?
I don't know.
I was just telling them that if they wanted it soon, like, we need to build you in a break of 20 minutes to be able to, like, you need time. You can't just do it all the time.
It would be better, for sure.
Yeah, so they said nighttime is good.
Okay.
Not that great for you, though, because there's nothing to show. But maybe Marcus can do what he did yesterday. At least
Yeah, I mean, or we can just do it right before it gets dark, where you can still see some.
Yeah,
I think
like
that's
dusky.
better than having a pitch dark
Yeah, I
shot
agree.
where there's nothing. And today we really should try to light up some of that damage in the background. Yeah. It's easy to do, and yeah, we have to do that today. We can access it.
As long as there's flood warnings, I think we're good. Yeah, we can just throw it like here, there. Could you stand for a photo? A little photo shoot?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. We'll do it again.
Oh my God, Stuart, we didn't get that video. I'm cracking up. He took. It was facing you the whole time.
What video?
No, it wasn't.
Look.
No, that's not the right one.
Did you take it on my phone or your phone? Look.
What video were you guys taking?
There was like this big army
No,
chopper.
because I could see you and the chopper.
Maybe you stopped it. See, 'cause it looks like I handed over to you. Yeah.
Oh, so I.
You stopped it? That's okay.
It's called a double punch.
Look at the
You're a
video.
double
Look
punch.
at the video.
I think it's good. I think you should post it.
I think you should definitely post that.
The reality of.
Yeah. Can you send me that video from
So
yesterday?
sorry.
Yeah,
No, that's okay. There'll be another one that passes
Only
by.
thing.
Yeah, like in about a second.
Maybe I'll take a picture when the chopper comes.
Ooh, this one's kind of cool. Okay. Okay, ready?
Yes. Oh, that was the exact same chopper. But he was like, it was cool. He was like at this angle here, like.
Great shot.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
I think this shot you guys got is better, actually.
No.
Okay.
I didn't know you
Why is it this close?
Wait, it's not that close. Look at the camera. Wow, she's recording. Don't do the, something else. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Let me see before you send it off, because I'm looking crazy.
If you don't like them, I'll read them. I'm trying to get the damage in the background.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, those are fine.
Yeah.
Can you send me those and then the video you took?
You know what I said? You know what I said? I said I would.
Come say hi to Shimon. Have you ever met
No.
Shimon? I just want to go on a chopper. I got that. Yeah. Is your phone on? Airdrop. Wi-Fi off. Oh. Yeah. It worked. What? It's like trying to share your contact. Okay, I know who this is. Thank you. What the heck? Oh, it's because my receiving was off. Oh, you little. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. Okay, cool. Other side. Thank you. It looks crazy behind you. It looks really wild. I thought you would enjoy that. Oh my god, let's do it. I'm gonna send it to him. I was like, smile. He goes, okay.
All right, 4 minutes out.
Oh, did you see from Tessa?
What did she say?
She said you ladies are doing a great job. I know it's a very hard story. I've seen your look live on CNN both early mornings when she started. So you're all overnight. That look live you do at the end of the night when you're white. Yeah. She's gotta light up the night. She's gonna light up that tree or something.
Next time the chopper comes, we'll try it again. I feel like your angle here was really good.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I like anticipated seeing like this really cool video because you were down there and then you did like this slow pan. That was my fault. I was recording already.
All right, next time let
Yeah.
Let him do his job.
I'm the camera guy.
That's true. I'll let you. But it was so cool because he was like following the chopper and it was super slow. And
But the video that you guys got was better.
huh?
The video
No.
90 seconds.
Since I didn't get it.
Fix your shirt.
Okay.
Oh, it's unbuttoned right there. Yeah.
Oh, it
that's
keeps
buttoned.
unbuttoning.
Yeah. Maybe you need to button the bottom. I don't know. Is there one more button at the bottom?
That's all right. You can't see it. Can you dress your IMP, please?
Yes, sir. You know what, guys? I think I've lost a little bit of weight because this shirt fits me bigger.
It's a little bit too big. It's all those chicken nuggets we were
Those carrots we've been eating lately.
That got too good.
The road diet.
Did you get a bunch of
At HEB? We'll talk later.
30?
Okay. I'll keep it quick. We're in the city of Kerrville along a city park that is right next to the Guadalupe River. This used to be known to residents here as a place for peace, but now, as you can see, it's been turned into a zone of disaster. We've seen dozens of downed trees here. There's debris stuck between the branches, and crews have been working around the clock trying to clear that.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
The threat of flash floods looms over the area. Parts of central Texas and here in Kerrville are expected to have heavy rainfall over the next few days. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is bracing its emergency response. Reporting live in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez.
I'll be in the hospital. Have they spoken to you, Maribel?
No, but I can hear a program.
Okay. Just FYI, they haven't talked to her. She hasn't heard anything from them. And she can hear programming.
Boys are allergic to fire.
Oh.
They had to go through. Remember what you called it? Shots.
Yeah.
Diarrhea stuff.
Like anaphylactic or?
Like shots.
Hi there, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay? We have what? I'm sorry? Can you repeat that? They might not be taking us. Okay, we can, they might not be taking us.
Okay, well, we can hang for another couple minutes.
Yeah, we can hang for another couple minutes and see if you'd like to take us, and if not, no worries. Okay. I mean, our next hit is in 3 minutes, so. No, we can't hang for a couple minutes. Our next hit after that is, yeah.
Oh.
It won't work. Guys. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. The next one's at 09.
Yeah, but it's 06.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, but they're not even setting us
like,
up.
no way.
No, it's a hard. Yeah.
Couple to me means 2. Sorry.
Guys, come on. We need to be on the same page if I'm talking to them. We just need to be on the same page because I'm telling them one thing and then it's another thing, and
I don't know how long of a hit they wanted to do. They wanted the full 5.
yeah, well, they're paying for the full 5, so
Right.
yeah.
It's fine. We'll send the 6.
Yeah, the show hadn't even started yet.
Oh, okay.
So the thing is, it creates more work. I'm telling them, no, we'll stand by 2 minutes. The director's like, well, let me tell the producer. It's just too much back and forth. We just need to say, you only have 2 minutes. We have a hard out AOE, and that's it. Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay? Okay, that sounds good to me. All right.
Yeah. That is good.
Are you hearing them? And you're hearing their time codes?
I just hear the program. They're talking about the shooting in Texas. We're good. We just hit their window. It's only on. What did they say for time codes?
They're a minute away. I don't want to be the one like telling you guys, be ready, if they're telling you guys. It somebody else, can Sherelle or Marcus hear them so they can communicate that with you and then you tell Stuart?
Sure, I can ask, yeah.
That would be helpful because I'm like trying to keep up with a lot of names right now in my head. And I'm also like giving cues and that's just,
Yeah, no,
it's too much.
So that's an issue.
Okay.
Because sometimes they do.
If I need to, I'll do it. If someone else can do that, that would take something off of my shoulders.
doesn't want to be giving us time cues. Just so.
Yeah, Kim, that devastation continues. And as you can see, there's just this widespread damage. And, you know, people are really trying to sift through the debris to try to hopefully find anybody who may be stuck in those piles of debris or anybody who may still need help. We are currently at a city park here in Kerrville. This is right, as you can see, along the Guadalupe River. This area, Kim, is known as, you know, a place where people come and enjoy the hiking trails. It's known for its lush vegetation, its wildlife. It's a place for peace for locals here, but as you can see, it's just been turned into a disaster zone. Dozens of downed trees, massive trees, debris stuck between those branches, entire vehicles right down the river, also just wedged between those tree branches. There are crews that have been working around the clock trying to clear some of that debris to get it out of the roads and the bridge over that's over on top of the Guadalupe River. But really, this is just a glimpse of what this river looks like for miles. We were at an RV park just a short distance from here yesterday, and there they told us, you know, that the entire RV park washed away, and it happened very quickly. And so with the threat of more flash floods in the area, you can understand why that anxiety is at an all-time high, because people here understand that that water can come quickly and sometimes with little to no notice. Well, what we've heard over and over again from residents here is that they remain hopeful. They're holding on to hope. And the authorities here have said they will not stop until they find absolutely every single person who is missing. But as the days have gone by, we are now 4 days after that flash flooding happened. That hope is slowly dwindling. We're hearing local authorities become more frank about this possibility of finding people still alive. Of course, that is the hope, and that is possible. There are helicopters up ahead. There's even drones used for military surveillance that are up above, hoping to find anybody that still may be stuck. But those search and rescue efforts, they do continue, but they're now slowly shifting from what we hear into search and recovery efforts. Thank you all so much. Does that make sense, guys? Because it's like, I'm like, okay, alright. I'm like trying to process all this info, so I'm like,
Is there not a way? It's just there.
if there is no way, I will continue to do it. But I'm like breaking my train of thought in my head to be like, guys, stand by, or we're 1 minute above, or stand by.
When they tell you 1 minute, or 30 seconds, or stand by, I know it's annoying, but it's helpful because they're
And
nope. It to me, so
Okay.
it's gonna be late. I just don't want to be late.
Oh, okay. So that's the answer. That's what I was asking. If you guys are hearing it, then I don't want to be doing it. But if nobody's hearing it, I'll do it.
Yeah, because they're talking directly to you, giving you the cues.
And nobody else can hear it?
Marcus can hear it, but then he would relay it to me.
Got
and
it.
Then I would relay it to him.
I got
it's
it.
It's gonna be like 3 seconds.
Okay.
That's the only issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Buenas. Ok. Buenas tardes, CNN. Sí, sí escucho a Juan Carlos. Muchas gracias.
So much information in her head that just the extra act of being like 1 minute, 30 seconds, stand by. It's just another thing that's like another thing for her to do. You know, because we're in the 5-minute windows, we're standing waiting, and like, but I don't know exactly. Of course, for the generics, we know exactly, but because I can't always hear their control. Sometimes it's low, sometimes it's high. So.
It's okay, guys. I'll do it. I just, if there was another way, if you were able to hear, then that takes something off of my plate. But it's okay. I'll do it.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're good. Right. But if she, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
In an ideal world, you would be hearing it as I'm hearing it, and then you and Stuart could be like coordinating.
I'm just under the control room, so they're playing it out loud.
Okay.
Sometimes I can hear it, sometimes it's low. Just like when it's low in your ear, it's low in my ear.
No, I understand.
It's like a TV's playing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't always hear perfect. Okay. We're in the next window.
Yep.
Is this the one with the sock?
I don't know. Cenan en español. Tenemos entrevista en español. No sé si ustedes quizás quieran que haga el soundbite en español o si es un en vivo directo.
I'm getting confused. This station that she's about to do right now, 5:15. Is this the one where they have the SOT rating or no? No. Q&A only, no SOT. End of the 6 o'clock. Okay, great. This one, no SOT. Spanish.
Got it. Thank you. Q&A only.
Yes.
Man, we are packed today. I feel like we're busier today than yesterday.
I feel like it's picking up with interest, which is weird. I mean, 95, like, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
All the same, the newest stuff I'm seeing is that drier weather is on the way. Like for the rest of the week, the flood risk is...
Well, heavy rainfall in the next few days, right?
Drier weather is on the way for Texas.
So what is it, drier weather or heavy rainfall?
The lingering storms in central Texas are expected to wind down by tonight. So today is the last day where we will see potential rain.
Oh, that
the
changed.
Rest of the week, yeah. So
that changed.
Much drier tomorrow, and then the past several days.
Oh, okay. So that changed from even before we did a live hit because it was threat of floods, more rain, floods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did a look live for several stations saying flood was still a threat.
There's still a threat today.
Oh, today.
Today. They're saying more showers potential today, meaning rising waters.
Guys, we're live. Stand by. Sí, Juan Carlos, esa es la amenaza que en estos momentos residentes temen, ya que decenas de personas permanecen desaparecidas y sabemos que esa cifra de fallecidos va en aumento. De hecho, justo antes de nosotros llegar a la escena, esa cifra estaba alrededor de 80 personas y ahora esa cifra ha aumentado a por lo menos 90 personas fallecidas, entre ellas varios niños. Entonces sabemos que esos esfuerzos de rescate continúan. La esperanza es de que puedan encontrar a personas con vida, pero conforme van pasando las horas sabemos que esa podría ser otra realidad para las personas aquí en esta comunidad de Kerrville. Y precisamente para demostrarte por qué, Juan Carlos, es para que vean nada el daño extenso que causaron estas inundaciones. Como pueden ver a mis espaldas, lo que se ve a la distancia es el río Guadalupe. Sin embargo, como pueden ver, casi toda la vista está bloqueada por árboles caídos, ramas caídas, bloques de cemento, escombros que se encuentran en el río, e incluso vehículos enteros que vimos hasta a lo largo del río por varias millas, vehículos enteros atorados entre esas ramas. La preocupación también aumenta, Juan Carlos, porque siguen 10 niñas, por lo menos 10 niñas, siguen desaparecidas. Las niñas se encontraban en un campamento de verano que se encontraba a las orillas del río Guadalupe, y sabemos que esa búsqueda para encontrar esas niñas continúa. Sin embargo, escuchamos una declaración del campamento de verano Camp Mystic, en cual confirmaron que 27 personas fallecieron de ese campamento. Esto incluye niñas que se encontraban en ese campamento y también personas que trabajaban en ese campamento. Incluso el día de hoy, aquí en esta zona, hablamos con un señor, su nieto, de hecho, trabaja en ese campamento. El día de cuando sucedieron esas inundaciones, el viernes, afortunadamente se encontraba afuera. Él no asistió al trabajo ese día, y él nos dice que su corazón está completamente destrozado al pensar de que quizás su nieto podría haber estado entre aquellos que estuvieron atrapados durante este desastre. Ese es el sentimiento que encontramos aquí en esta comunidad. Sabemos que las personas han sentido tan profundamente este desastre y los daños que causaron este desastre. No solo las personas con vínculo directo a personas del campamento de verano, sino toda una comunidad entera está de luto, están a la espera de que quizás puedan encontrar a algunas de esas personas con vida.
Package.
Well, they'll have that cleared off definitely overnight.
Oh, that wind feels really good.
Yesterday, I feel like it was kind of cool outside. You think so? Okay. Stu said no. That's wrong. That is wrong. That's a lie. He said no.
I got it. Thank you.
It's pretty good.
I did an online order and
They were like close enough, I'm sure.
Oh, I got it, Amber. I'm just opening this up right now. They're 28.
I just don't want it. I really don't want it on the burn because I'm worried the ants.
Huh?
The ants.
Oh yeah, the ants are vicious.
Yeah.
Mommy Maribel.
Mommy Maribel. Is your oh? I was like, is your mom's name Maribel?
My mom's name is Matilda. Mommy Maribel. Mommy Maribel. What? Dude, Domino's is the best pizza.
You think? Like
Yes.
the taste?
The pan. Did you get the pan? The pan pasta?
Maybe we should get pizza tonight. He said he ordered it. She'll tell us there in 10 minutes. He said he was in the whole.
Hi Jenny, how are you? I got you.
They like did it.
I'm doing well, thank you.
Maybe they choppered it.
Okay. Okay, so no intro? Oh, I will have the intro. Okay, gotcha. With Q&A at the back. Got it.
Oh no. There's an ant.
So even
One more this hour. What did they say about the time? Did they say 8 minutes?
1 more minute left in their commercial and they're coming right out to us. 1 more minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay. See? I was like 8?
No, 1.
I always do. Consistent. Oh. Here, please check it. I'll clip it. I'll clip it.
Okay. Okay. Simone, Leslie, that's right. We're about an hour away from Hunt, Texas. But here in Kerrville, this was also one of the hardest hit areas by this flooding. I'll show you what it looks like now going into the 4th day after that happened. As you can see behind us, this is the Guadalupe River. This is the river that swelled up when those flash floodings came through the area. As you can see, you know, this area is just covered with downed trees, those massive trees, branches everywhere. What you probably can't see is all of that debris that is wedged between those branches. We're talking about blocks of cement. We're talking about parts of cars. In some areas, entire trucks, entire vehicles are stuck in between those branches. Unfortunately, that is the kind of piles of debris that the search and rescue teams are having to sift through to find anybody that who may be stuck there. Unfortunately, at this point, you know, those efforts are slowly shifting from search and rescue to search and recovery. But We do know that this community is steadfast in the notion that they're holding on to hope, that they hope to be able to reunite it with the dozens that we know are still missing. But as you mentioned, those conditions today, the rain that is anticipated, could slow down those efforts. We saw that happening yesterday when we received a flash flood warning. The dozens of people that were along the riverbanks sifting through the debris, they had to quickly evacuate the area. They had to pause their efforts for the day, and they resumed them early this morning. Oh, I forgot this was a package. I was talking as if it was alive. Okay, that's all right. The package is fine. But that was good.
That was solid.
That was solid, right? Too bad I wasn't supposed to talk for that long.
That's alright. We can cut the weather section
Okay, thank you. Sorry guys, I still thought it was a Q&A. So I spoke a little too much. I'll keep it short. Now, with heavy rainfall expected to take over this area, potentially causing more flooding, of course, the state of Texas Governor Greg Abbott here says that they're preparing their emergency response ahead of those storms. No worries, no worries. Thank you all so much. As long as I look good on air. Thank you.
Alright guys, we clear till the top?
Okay, good. Thank you.
I was just yapping away. I thought that was a Q&A. I was like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, is the Spanish look live? Yeah, we definitely want to do it when it's light. That's what I told Joey. So I told Joey that we should do the Spanish look live when it's light so you have more to show. He said, honestly, anytime. So just...
Dusk would be really pretty, like when that sun starts.
Okay, yeah, they're ready to go with that whenever, you know, and so I don't know if we want to take a look at some stuff.
Okay, we're good
now
until-
for the next hour, whatever.
We're good until the top of the hour?
You're good till the top of the hour. I'm wondering, guys, can Stu feed in the top of that interview that we did? So we had the whole thing. Well, Stu is rolling.
All right, I'm gonna go charge my computer. Alexa. I will be right back. Can I have
Where'd they get those chairs from? Rory?
Probably there.
They were just floating down the river.
Oh my god, you found it! Yes! Zero. $50. Look. No way! You got so I said, I went like, what's this? I was gonna like flip it over because I didn't know if it was new or not.
I love these things. That's my story. Good. It's a good story.
That's the end of our reception.
No, but they fall off. Stations, they're okay. They're fine. So it's pretty locked in. If I knock it, I should probably.
Everybody loves to see
These things.
It's like, yeah, I'm sick. Like, my grocers were like, Sue, straight to jail, straight to jail, straight to jail.
So you're gonna go do something on Live View? You can adapt. Anyway, when you plug in it. Yeah, there's another good. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Got little charcuterie, like lunchable. Without a wine pairing, what's the point? Cheese, cracker, salami, wine.
I need a nice puppy. A nice puppy.
God, how if I just do that? I was like,
Had chocolate before. Full bed.
I've heard of Sonoma. Oh, Korbel. Wow.
She doesn't drink the cheap stuff.
Yeah. Love Moon Girl.
She's never heard of it.
I hear that everyone hates food now though. They're just like Dom. What's the one I like actually starts with an M?
Mad Dog? 2020? One that starts with a P. I think K or something.
Nicole.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good. I like that one, but that one's like $50-$60 a bottle. And this other one is only $20-$25, and it tastes exactly the same. And it makes me also feel the same. Like the next day I'm not like crazy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, if you can just tell me your first and last name and spell that out.
Abraham Lara.
And then common spelling, just spell it out so we have the right spelling. A-B.
Abraham.
L-A-R.
L-A, right.
Abraham, can you just tell me your grandson works at Camp Mystic?
What's his name?
Aaron.
Mystic Camp, you know.
Camp Mystic.
Camp Mystic, yeah.
Who works there? Your grandson.
My grandson, Aaron Lara. Yeah.
When you heard heard that this had happened so close to home, what was your reaction? It's somewhere that your grandson works at.
Well, thanks God, he that day he didn't work. That day, but you know, one of my members of the church works there, and they didn't call them too that day. So I mean, God is in control.
Are you a pastor?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the name of your church?
Templo de Restauración is right there.
Oh, okay. And can you just tell me, you walk these trails a lot. What is your reaction to seeing them look like
Well, this is my second time. 87, that was kind of like this.
So you've lived through a disaster like this before?
Yeah.
Was that worse, or is this worse?
No, this is worse. This is worse because, you know, we lose families, homes, trailers, trucks, cars. You know, those little kids hurt me. I don't know how many kids got lost.
It's just devastating, right?
It's sad.
You speak Spanish, Abraham?
Yeah.
Can you tell us something in Spanish, su reacción al ver tanto desastre en esta comunidad?
Triste. Nunca habíamos visto en este pueblo algo así. Nunca. En el 87, como dije, hubo algo, pero este es el peor. Este es el peor. Está feo. Está feo.
Do you want to say something about your brother? Your brother works at Camp Mystic. Can you tell me, how are you feeling knowing that happened there, and tell me how your brother's doing?
My brother's fine, but whenever I heard that the flood hit Camp Mystic, I was really sad because there was helpless little girls that were getting stuck in the flood. So it was a hard day.
And what does your brother do there?
He helps carry the bags to their cabins. So.
And how is he doing emotionally?
He doesn't like talking about it, so I'm not sure.
But you said that day he was off?
Yes, he wasn't working there that day.
Was he scheduled off that day, or it just happened to be that he didn't go in?
He just happened to be that he didn't go.
How do you feel about knowing that your brother was stuck there?
I couldn't even imagine. I mean, if he did work there, I don't know what I'd do without him.
What's your name, sweetie?
Emma Lara.
Emma Lara. E-M-M-A or E-M-A?
E-M-M-A.
Thank you, but it's okay that she spoke to us. Are you okay with it? Okay. Thank you both so much for sharing that with us. Thank you so much for
No, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm so glad you're safe. And trust me, we all feel the pain of this community. It's horrible. You guys stay
God bless
safe,
you.
okay?
I wish there was less mud, but I think I can do it. I mean, I'd like it if there was no mud.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I'd like it if there were less mud,
There was threat of more flooding in the area, and of course people are highly sensitive to these alerts given what happened. Those efforts had to be suspended until early this morning. As you know, time is of essence here. They're hoping to get to the dozens of people that are still missing at this hour, and you can definitely see why. Just look at the devastation left behind by this flooding. There are multiple dozens of downed trees, massive trees. There's slabs of concrete, even entire vehicles that are wedged between those branches. That and piles of that debris is all along the entire Guadalupe River, and that is where search and rescue teams are concentrating their efforts. They're sifting through that debris. They're hoping to find any body literally that could have been trapped in all of that. But you know what? We've heard over and over again in this area that they're holding on to hope. They said this is not over. They're going to be searching for people until every single one has been found. And they're hoping that a lot of these people may still be alive and that they need to reach them in time. Thank you all.
What is next? Your son.
Oh, this is finally
Yay! Your son.
Okay, cool.
Listen, I've been waiting.
Hello, yes, hello. Hola, buenas tardes. Sí, los escucho. ¿Me escuchan a mí? Ok, gracias. Florencia. Hola, ¿me escuchan? Buenas tardes. Sí, te escucho perfectamente bien. Florencia. Listo, muchas gracias. Sí. ¿Ustedes lo van a transmitir desde allá o necesitan que nuestro equipo lo haga? Ok, listo, muchas gracias. They're rolling the soundbite, Marcus. Ok, gracias. Did you hear me? Okay, cool.
So Maribel, if you can try to toss it in the first one, the first answer, that'll be premium. What? That'll be good.
Okay, so look at the whole 7 o'clock hours. Sí, claro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you reply to Jen and say... Ah, ok, listo. Never mind.
so it'll have to sweep. So I have
Okay, cool.
Man, you're not gonna be track for a while.
Ok, listo, gracias. Buenas tardes, Florencia. No hay muy buenas noticias. Sabemos que el sentimiento aquí en este condado y en esta comunidad de esperanza se ha convertido en duelo, ya que decenas de personas permanecen desaparecidas, pero la cifra de fallecidos sigue aumentando conforme pasan las horas. De hecho, hace tan solo 2 horas esa cifra estaba aproximadamente a al menos 80 personas, pero actualmente sabemos que ya ese número excedió las 100 personas fallecidas debido a este desastre. Entre ellas sabemos que hay 27 personas de un campamento de verano que estaba ubicado a las orillas del río Guadalupe. Sabemos que entre esas personas también hay muchas niñas pequeñas, niñas de 9, 10 años, de ese rango de edad, que fallecieron debido a las inundaciones, no pudieron escapar a tiempo, y también hemos escuchado muchas historias donde la corriente simplemente se las llevó. Y te quiero demostrar un poquito, Florencia, de cómo se ve la escena a más de 4 días de este desastre. Como podemos ver, la fuerza de estas corrientes, la corriente de agua, se llevó todo en su camino. Podemos ver árboles tumbados, ramas en el río e incluso escombros, vehículos enteros atorados entre esas ramas, y es allí precisamente donde los rescatistas están concentrando sus esfuerzos, están buscando entre todos los escombros a este punto para poder encontrar a alguna persona que quizás siga atrapada en esos escombros. Como sabemos, Florencia, sin embargo, las personas de esta comunidad se mantienen firmes. Ellos dicen que la esperanza es lo último que pierden, y ahora, afortunadamente, con condiciones más secas que se aproximan durante los próximos días, están a la espera de que quizás estas personas que permanecen desaparecidas pueden ser encontradas y pueden ser reconectadas y reunidas con sus familias que están desesperadamente escuchando, esperando saber algo de ellos. Sí, así es. Incluso hemos escuchado varias historias de personas que han sido encontradas a varios kilómetros de donde se encontraban en el momento de que sucedió esta tragedia. Te comento, Florencia, que esos rescatistas por eso están en el aire, al igual que sobre tierra, incluso a caballos, montados a caballos. Precisamente tienen que atravesar esta área que es difícil en estos momentos debido a todos los escombros, todos los obstáculos físicos que se encuentran en esta zona, y es difícil tener que poder acceder a ellos. Sabemos que hay varios helicópteros, incluso hace algunos minutos vimos varios de ellos rondando la zona, siguen vigilando, patrullando para ver si se pueden encontrar con alguien que quizás se encuentre en una piedra o agarrándose de algún árbol. Hemos escuchado de varias personas que han sido rescatadas de los árboles, que se han refugiado en esos árboles, mientras que los niveles del agua del río de Guadalupe seguían creciendo. Entonces es la esperanza de que quizás esas personas pueden estar vivas. Eso es lo que mantiene esta comunidad. Ok, muchas gracias. A ustedes, gracias.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we had bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
An outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
There's a line in Jen's package that needs to be retracked. I just wondered if you guys think it would sound different in the mic here versus if she went back to the car.
Okay, Marcus, did you say this is a look live?
Yeah, but she was like, hey, there's one that needs to retract. I think the row changed it or whatever.
How about now? All right.
Oh, no, she'll just...
Ready? 3, 2.
Okay, we'll just do it right after. Okay, I'll tell her. That's fine. Cool. All right, I look live in English. 104 is the...
All right. Okay. Three, 2. As more time passes here in Kerrville and across the county, hope is quickly turning into grief. Dozens of people remain missing at this hour, and now more than 100 people have been declared dead because of this disaster. And you can certainly see the devastation that the flooding left behind here along the Guadalupe River. We've seen dozens of toppled trees. We've seen debris stuck between the branches, including cars. That is what people, the first responders, the search and rescue teams are sifting through, hoping to find anyone who may be stuck.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. the elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, a dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
The lingering storms here in central Texas are expected to wind down by today, and drier weather is in the forecast. That is good news for the people here who are clinging on to hope that all of those missing will be found and reunited with their families. We're in Kerrville, Texas. I'm Maribel Gonzalez. Good. Solid as a rock. Oh, okay, we got to do it again. Well, good thing you guys liked it, because we're going to do it again. I got to remember exactly how I said it. Okay. Did you just say 7 News? All right, ready? Let's do it again. 3, 2. The lingering storms here in central Texas are expected to wind down by tonight, and drier weather is in the forecast for the next several days. That is good news for the families here who are clinging to hope that all of those missing will be found and reunited with their loved ones. Reporting in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez, 7 News. Oop. Okay. Ready? 3, 2. I'm Maribel Gonzalez, reporting in Kerrville, Texas. I'm Maribel Gonzalez for KRDO 13. Is that right, Marcus? I'm not live though, so I'm just going to say reporting from Kerrville, Texas. Is that cool? Okay. Ready? 3. Yeah, but I'm not live.
Can she just say reporting from Texas, KRDO 13?
Okay, I'll do it both ways. Okay?
Yeah,
I'll do it both ways. All right, you guys ready? Oh, reporting, I can say reporting from Kerrville, Texas. Yeah, okay, ready? 3, 2. The lingering storms in central Texas are expected to wind down by tonight, and drier weather is on the way. That is good news for so many people here who are clinging to hope that all of those missing will be found and reunited with their loved ones. Reporting from Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez for KRDO 13. Okay. Does that sound good? Because Stuart's phone just started ringing. I don't know if it picked it up. Okay, you know what? Let me do it again real quick while this chopper's coming. Ready? Ready? 3, 2. The lingering storms here in central Texas are expected to wind down. Oh. It's the chopper. No, the chopper's gone. No, Marcus, it's fine. We were going to do it because this chopper was coming. And it was going to be in the shot, but it's not in the shot anymore. We're good. Scratch that.
Do you have one more? Or are you done? Does she have one more tag? Okay. He's looking. Ugh.
How's it going?
The live generic.
Should she just, it's fine? She shouldn't do it again for safety? The KRDO, 13. Maribel, he can hear the phone right at the very end, so let's do it one more time.
Okay, let's do it again. Okay.
Stu says sorry.
Ready? The lingering storms in central Texas are expected to wind down tonight, and drier weather is on the way. That is good news for the people here who are clinging to hope. One more time. Ready? 3, 2. The lingering storms here in central Texas are expected to wind down tonight, and drier weather is on the way. That is good news for the people here who are clinging on to hope that all of those missing will be found and reunited with their loved ones. Reporting from Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez for KRDO 13. Okay, thank you guys.
I'm like tired of hearing myself talk. I'm tired of hearing myself talk, Stuart. I'm not frustrated. But I'm like,
Marcus, I heard somebody's little alarm go off right as Maribel was ending, and I was like, who was that?
I don't know who it was.
It was you couldn't hear it. It was in the control room, and I was like, oh my god, do we have to do it again? 'Cause it was
oh,
right
just
at the
now
same
I'm like,
time.
I'm so
No,
tired of
fine.
hearing myself
It was-
talk. I feel like I sound like a broken record. Oh my god, I think I got makeup on my shirt. So FYI, the pastor told me that up ahead there's like a ton of houses that were like
impacted.
So I think during this downtime I'm gonna go take a look to see. Because he's like, have you seen the houses right up there? And I said no, and he's like, yeah, they look really bad. So we could probably even get some cell phone video.
Up here or
Yeah.
that way?
No, he said up here.
Up here.
And it's worth just looking around.
We have an hour. Oh, right after this, you got to go to the car and track that. Retrack. I'm gonna run the HB. So run if you'd like to go back.
Yeah, I'll go. Any chance that we can.
Yeah, I think any chance. I don't know how.
Stuart, we have an hour in the 7 o'clock. If you want to go use the restroom, do whatever you want to do.
Leave your car here and walk it over here.
Also, I can't believe that it is
7.
It's 6 o'clock. How? I feel like we just woke up. I know. But I'm like, I looked down at my phone and I'm like, what? It's already like evening?
Halfway done, right?
Yeah. We're powering through. That's the good thing about staying busy is the day just flies by.
Yeah.
2 minutes. One minute. Thirty seconds. Here in Central Texas, hope is quickly turning into grief. More than 100 people have now died, we know of, in this disaster, and dozens remain missing. Among those, little girls from Camp Mystic, a camp that was near the Guadalupe River when this disaster struck. And you can definitely see the power and the force that the current had just behind me. The destruction left behind. There's downed trees. There's entire vehicles, sometimes along the river, that are wedged between the branches.
Waterways in some of the most devastated parts of Central Texas rising again Monday as more rain falls in the area. The elements hampering ongoing search and rescue efforts.
They're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water.
The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Here, the dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. Others in the state, including children, were forced to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased, and I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
The death toll continues to rise, including 27 campers and counselors from Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
The Hill Country community now questioning if anything could have been done to prevent this tragedy.
Everyone here, if we could have warned them, we would have done so. And we didn't even have a warning.
While survivors come together in their grief.
The outpour of people near, far, it's been incredible.
Lingering storms here in Central Texas are expected to wind down by tonight, and drier weather is on the way. This is good news for many people here who are clinging to hope that they will be able to find all of those missing and reunite them with their loved ones. Reporting in Kerrville, Texas, I'm Maribel Gonzalez. All right, thank you, Marcus.
Okay. I don't know if she's ready for a Spanish lip line.
No.
No.
No. Do we have to do it right now?
They need her to do a Spanish lip line now. Yeah, she's got her track the 9:30. Can we take a break and during the 7 she'll go through it and she'll do it at 8? Or are they saying they need it right now? Because that's why I told, yeah, because that's why I told Joey she needs like 20 minutes to, a live talkback is different than a look live. Yeah. If that's okay. We were gonna spend the 7:30. We gotta track this package. We gotta go to the bathroom for the first time. Come back, get her ready for the Spanish look live. Is that okay? Is that fine? Okay. Just call me if they are like, oh, you need it, but we gotta run up the road. I don't know. They have the package, or they should, or at least. Thank you guys for understanding.